Gaza Strip. I would be happy to hear about that. Thank you.
Thank you. And then maybe pass along the row.
Yes, actually, I have 2 points. Maybe the first one regarding to what extent the municipalities in Gaza Strip has managed to contribute in protection, the land protection, or in this issue. The other point is rights. I think maybe we haven't yet highlighted the issue of rights, land rights, and rights protection, and how these rights can be accessed or advocated by the local communities, especially those who are in protracted crisis settings or under occupation, etc. I think that's, yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. And Joseph, I'll just...
Thank you. I have a question for Gia. In the work that you're doing to advise governments, one of the useful tools that we have, of course, is the international law, the human rights law, including the prohibition against forced eviction that has been around for 30 years and never been challenged. It's mentioned in the GUMF, the Global Urban Monitoring Framework, but not in any detail. But I wonder if that, especially for its preventive value, if you're able to use that, particularly the general comment number 7 on forced evictions, as a tool for urban law and development, especially at preventive measures.
Thank you. And that, in some way, answers your point as well about the use of sort of laws and appealing to our rights in order to respond. Okay, so some great questions. Thank you. We hear one around strategies for HLP rights and legal policy frameworks, questions about municipalities in the West Bank and potential of things like property tax, also how land is being protected, and then also one around there around the sort of use of laws against forced evictions, as mentioned at the end. So let's go to each speaker if you would like to respond. Just 1 minute on each thing, if you can. Start with you, Haya, please.
Okay, according to property tax, yes, in Gaza Strip, we take it from the people or from the residents. The question about the strategies that help displaced communities for HLP rights, it may be some kind of cross-cutting with the role of municipalities in land protection. I can see that, or I can say that the
because the Israeli occupation for these municipalities, but there are local councils that organize and regulate, but according to the capacities available in it, only that. But having municipalities in area C in the Palestinian area is not possible. Having the municipalities, it is something important and it preserves the land. But the Israeli policies would forbid the presence of municipalities in Area C.
Ola, are you online and would you like to respond to those questions, comments? In the meantime, we'll go to Gia.
Hi, can you hear me? Thank you very much for your questions. I'm trying my best to actually gather some of the notes and trying to also talk to colleagues from the team as well to make sure that we answer you fine. I think in the case for the Sudan crisis, which we've been following very closely too from UN Habitat's perspective, it really brings to mind the Juba Agreement, where there were so many aspects that were actually mentioned there as well. And I just have a few notes here also, where recognizing traditional land ownership rights, the Darfur lands and Hawker Commission processes to manage land disputes. You know, these are processes that were put in place or at least mentioned within the agreement, which were very supportive processes as well. But also when it comes to, as I think in that case when we're looking at also maybe no longer looking at the conflict prevention stage, but looking at the process of recovery and also on the process of reconstruction already. Then you're also looking at, you know, maybe some examples regionally which could be used as a reference. And it really brought to mind maybe Rwanda's National Land Commission, which was after the genocide that was actually set in place, overseeing land disputes and supporting reconstitution processes. I don't have too much more to share specifically for your question. I'll have to consult with colleagues who had specifically worked on this piece. But I think this is a discussion that should definitely be continued to be had. Thank you. Thank you so much for your question as well. From my perspective, yes, definitely. I think that this piece of work specifically at least makes reference to both international humanitarian, but also to human rights law. And I think these processes, you know, coupled with the Pinheiro principles, coupled with so many laws around internal displacement responses as well as forced evictions in this case, touch upon the opportunity for law to actually come into this sphere to protect HRP rights. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, colleagues. You wanted to say one last thing? Okay, go on.
بس بعد إذنكم في نقطة مهمة كتير في موضوع إدارة الأراضي، أهمية وجود فراغات عامة في موضوع تخطيط إدارة الأراضي. يعني أنا مش عارفة آخر ريفليكشن حيكون. إحنا كان عندنا تجربة في خان يونس، عملنا فراغ عام مع اليو إن هابيتات، حديقة اسمها حديقة حياة كانت على شاطئ البحر. هذا الفراغ العام كان inclusive public space. It was a safe area for women, children and people with disabilities. في فترة الحرب الفراغ العام هذا كان ملاذ وملجأ للنساء والأطفال والأشخاص ذوي الإعاقة. كتير مهم إنه دايما نعمل على في إدارة الأراضي وفي تخطيط الأراضي إنه يكون عندنا فراغات عامة، والفراغات العامة هاي تكون بتراعي الشمولية والأمان في عملية التخطيط وفي عملية التنفيذ. فشكرا لليو إن هابيتات، شكرا لهي الجلسة. بس حبيت أحكي هاي النقطة الأخيرة. شكرا كثير.
Thank you so much, and thank you everybody. That brings us towards the end. Just a couple of things that really stood out for me were, I think through all the presentations, the kind of the complexity of the interaction between the kind of different ways of managing and administering, and just the multiple issues that come up. Land is so often a key part. Just the multiple issues that come up. Land is so often a key part of trying to resolve those. And the key point just at the end that came through for me as well was just about this is about people. It's not just about, you know, management or administration of things, of property, but it's about people and the relationships that are there. And that feels really important not to lose sight of. So I want to just say thank you to you all for joining us. Thank you to our speakers. We had Muslim, Mahmoud, Haya, Ola, and Gia. So thank you. And thank you for our colleagues supporting with the tech. I know it was challenging, so appreciate your efforts. But yes, thanks. That's all we have time for in this session. But please do carry on the conversations either here or elsewhere, and we will see you for more. Thank you.
لا سينو لا سينو كحس انت ليه ملي ويلي واش دا خدام لا لا انا مشيت ما بغيتش ليكرون كاع واخا لا مشيت من هنا زعما واش فهمتيني وين زعما بين وراك راني شنو ما باينش هكا باين شوف انت اللي راسك تهضر لا راسك كتهضر واش انا شخاوه كاين واحد البيت فينا داير ما قالوش ديماش بيت ناضي مع ثلاثه عرفتي جيتي تهضري البيت دابا راني خدام راني تتعامل تلقي في الكلمه جيتي تلقي في الكلمه والله الا كنلقي الكلمه ديك العام ديال تسمع الكلمه الكريسي كيفاش مزوجه لا جلس في الكرسي جلس في الكرسي ما بعد ولكن شنو الحاجه اللي مزوجه كتبان بعيد هكا مزيان سيداتي ولا كاع خصك اندمجي فهمتي شوف هذيك الشوفه اللي شفتيها تجي مزيان هادي كاين مع ثلاثه هادي واحد كتسمع نقول بحال واحد غتبان لي بحال تقول لي شنو كاين فهمتي ديك تعجبني لا كريم شنو الفيديو ولا غنحيد الهضره لا ماشي تحيد الهضره انت بسيطه ولا شي ولكن ما غاديش نضحك حيت ما كنضحكوش فهادشي دابا كاين بوفي مع ثلاثه كلشي غادي يجي يحضر في البوفي البوفي متنوع فيه عرفتي يعني انا كون قلتي شي حاجه عرفتي جاتك واعر ولكن لا قولي شي حاجه اخرى وفاش بغيتي نهضر تبريزونطي شي حاجه ولا هذا مع راك درنا ليكم ولا شي حاجه اجي ليكرون لا ليكرون كاين ما كتبانش تبان شويه فيها باش نهضروا بحال هكا فيها فهمتي حنا عندنا هذا ما تتبانش لا ماشي جات واعر جات بحال كتشرحي شي حاجه نيت ولكن خصك تشوفي تبريزونطي شي لعبه ودير مع يدير بحال هكا زعما دونك حنايا درنا هاد المؤتمر
Mustafa, it's enough? Yes. No, otherwise you'll have to help me say this.
No. Do you want to set by order who's going to present?
Doesn't matter.
Okay. And then let me check if they can download the video.
Yeah, they should start now.
Good morning.
11:30.
Huh?
11:30, I'm starting.
Apparently, yeah. It must be certainly not now. Do I hear like a participant?
Yes, actually, I'm trying to give them the presentation of the DA. For the DA, yes. Are you the moderator?
Sorry?
The moderator of the session? Yes. So, the DA Grassroots, which is his number?
He is one, so there will be one person, then a video, then another person, then video.
Okay.
So third, yeah, that's it.
And your portfolio is the...
maybe this one works. Yes.
Yeah, maybe we will speak later with shadows about... so how do you pronounce it? Didier? Giscard.
We're missing only one
Is that
speaker,
enough, or do
yes?
you want a third?
Two.
Sagash.
Okay.
I prefer Didier Sagahia.
Didier?
Didier Sagahia.
Sagahia. Sagahia. So what were you asking?
Yes, I know both.
It's also the one that connects you to work? Yes. But I saw him, huh? I told him.
I think probably
knows
he's
exactly.
queuing for the
It's another long line. Yeah. Let's see.
So how are we going to see?
However you want. I mean, if you want to be a worker, you can.
You cannot read the presentation on the screen.
That's true. If you want, you can.
Let me know if there is an order so I can't prevent him for the PowerPoint.
Yes, there is an order.
Okay.
The first one will be the FAO presentation.
Okay.
Then we will go to the video that's on YouTube.
The PowerPoint presentation I needed from work. I don't have it.
There was an actual.
I couldn't able to download it at home.
It's here. Okay, who can I forward it to?
Send it to me. I guess.
I think you have it.
You have it because you are copied on that email.
Yeah. Or should I send it? Do you guys have an email that I can send it to?
No, I don't find my key, but
You know what? I downloaded it on my computer. Let me put it on now. That's the easy one.
No, one is here.
Okay. Just right now, huh? I was not on top of this, but I'm quickly.
friend of mine for a long time. A friend because of work, Harold.
That's a good friend. Yeah. Now we don't see him very often.
Yeah,
no?
he retired.
Yeah, of course, yeah. But he still has a place in Rome. He's just between Rome and South Africa. Yeah. Okay. No, I was just thinking of a way to flag privilege in some way. Okay. Oh, no, that's okay. I know, there was too much to do all of that.
You did the analysis of what the three SDGs say.
Yeah.
And showcase that there's zero data for the whole region. And that's what she highlighted.
Yeah.
And I wanted to say it in the panel there, but I was eating up so much.
It's a tense topic, huh? No, it's still, well, in this room it doesn't work. But outside does it work? 3G, 4G? No? Yeah.
Which one do you have?
Eralo. I think it's that one. Did you turn off the other lines? You have to turn on data roaming too.
You want on the same session with Rafi?
Okay, hello. I hope some more people come in, but I think we'll go ahead and get started. This is a panel about women's land tenure in the Arab region. So I hope you came to discuss this. There have been some other panels. We're going to dive a bit deeper into some data, some research, some trends that we see around women's land rights in the region. And this, of course, is a crucial topic, right? We know that it's an extremely relevant topic, but an especially complicated one in the Arab region. The land community, and there have been a number of sessions discussing the challenges and the limitations, the disadvantages that women face in the region at the moment that they are accessing land and property. And we see this tension, right, between a sort of historical balance that's being struck between religious principles, customary norms, and then a state's obligation to define secure tenure, right, to assign tenure rights for property. So today we're going to dig a bit into some of these tensions, how the rights of women, often recognized by law in a number of constitutions and in the legal framework, are facing a big confrontation at the moment that the social norms, traditions, pressures of the societies they live in still limit their access to and rights to land. So I was going to present this, but I'm going to quickly make it interactive at the suggestion of a panelist. If we were to throw out a number, an estimate, what do you think the percentage is of women in the Arab region whose names are on the legal documents to land or property? What percentage of women have their names on one of these documents? Ideas? 3%. I was going to say you don't need both hands. 3%. Other guesses? What percentage of women in the Arab region have their name on a legal document to land or property? It's very small. It's 5, or at least it was estimated to be 5% in 2002.
But perhaps to put it in perspective, because women's name on documents in Europe is not much higher.
Huh, well.
That's also something to take into account. I think, for example, in Sweden, it's around 12% of agricultural land, for example.
This is the introduction. I'm loving it. Go ahead.
The good thing, yes, but Arab region, what they have is the lowest in the whole world. So yes, you are talking about 12% in Sweden. In Africa, it's also very low, but in Arab region, it's the least of all.
Please.
Please, speakers are advised to use the microphone so we can hear them and translate what they say.
Okay, this is exactly the kind of input and reflections that we want to keep getting from you throughout this session, right? So the panelists today are going to raise other numbers. We're going to be looking at what the data is telling us in terms of the pictures that it's painting. Great, we're getting our final panelist here. So concerning numbers, but also promising initiatives, right? Or promising examples of collaborations and advances, impacts that we're seeing as the results of these. So I want to just jump right into it because you're a lively crowd and they're going to give you further food for discussion here. We're going to start with Ward Ansu. We'll jump back and forth a bit. But Ward Ansu is a senior land tenure officer at FAO. FAO, as we know or might not know, is the custodian of some important two major SDG indicators measuring aspects of women's access to land. So we're going to discuss a bit the indicators, but also important gaps, which we often stay talking about gaps, and these are especially relevant in this region. So what is the data telling us, where we have data in terms of what the situation of women is, but then also to discuss the challenges of getting this data, of understanding the situation of women in these countries. So Ward, we're going to start with you, and if you can give us a sense of what the SDGs are telling us about women's land rights in the region, also the difficulties that we have with these kinds of global indicators and collecting and reporting data against them. If we could bring up the first presentation titled SDGs.
Thanks, Eva. While they're putting on the presentation. So yes, I'm Ward Ansu. but I'm here on behalf of the custodians of this work, especially the gender team at FAO, and of which some are here. So please don't shoot on the messenger. The questions can be answered also by some of us here. So yeah, let me start with the very good. So, whoa, I will have to stand because I can't see the slides from here. So just what the objective here was is to create awareness on the topic, of course, land rights, women's land rights, but also on the data accompanying these aspects as well. So we'll talk a bit on the state of the reporting of the SDGs, where we stand now, globally, and with a focus on the region. What do these data say? And then a couple of lessons learned of all this. I'm not going to spend much time on that. The importance of land rights, the importance of women's land rights. When we talk about especially agricultural land for FAO, for example, we always come back to women's land rights. We always come back to tenure, security of tenure, and then we always come back to women in these problematics. So I'll focus more on the data part. As Eva said, FAO is the custodian of some of these indicators together with UN Habitat and the World Bank. We were very pleased when the SDGs were negotiated that 3 SDGs directly related to land were uptaken compared to the Millennium Development Goals, where there was no mention of land rights. So for the first time, land rights and tenure rights around land were uptaken in 3 indicators, part of SDG 5 and 1, but of course also related to SDG 2 and broadly indirectly to many of the other SDGs. And this is SDG 5A1, SDG 5A2, and SDG 1.4.2. I'm not going to go in detail, but 5A1 is about the adult ownership rights to agricultural land, disaggregated by gender. So it's a practice indicator, how many women own land, etc., etc. SDG 5A2 is more a legal indicator. So here the topic of women's land rights as it is embedded, ratified through the constitution or through the legal frameworks in these countries. So very similar, but here practice, and this one is the legal one. And then SDG 1.4.2, which is not directly related to women's land rights, but touches on land rights overall and is disaggregated according to sex. So we can mobilize this one as well. 1.4.2 is about adults with secure tenure rights to land, where it's documented and perceived. There's 2 proxies there, which we will discuss later on. So where do we stand with these indicators today? Well, in 2015, when they were launched, there was almost no data for these indicators. As I just said, they were not in the MDGs, so no data collection was collected around that, at least formally. But this increased slightly for some, more rapidly for others. For 1.4.2, so the overall tenure one, today, only 33 countries report on the documentation of land. 22 report on the perception of security of land. So if we combine them in the one indicator, actually only 22 countries out of the plus minus 200, so that makes it 10% report. This remains very, very low, of course. Figures are better for the gender indicator. So 5A1, which is, I repeat, the practice one. We had 10 in 2020, 49 in 24, with 20 other countries in the pipeline today. So there we would reach about 70 countries this year, which is about 1/3 of the countries reporting to that indicator. 5A2 is the legal one. There it's much better. We have today 84 countries and 30 are in the pipeline. So that's about 110, 120 countries that will report on the legal aspects related to land. It's very important. Not only do these figures show us that there's very few countries reporting, or a bit more for 5A2, but it's also strategic because in the tier system, in the SDG system, if there's not enough countries reporting, the SDGs might fall away. And so the rule was, there's discussions about that if 50% of the countries do not report by 2025, these indicators might fall away. And this would be a disaster for us, for the custodian, but more and foremost for the lands community and the women's land rights community, not to have these indicators, which were a big battle between the MDGs and the MDGs, now disappearing again because there's no data or no countries reporting. So it's very strategic to keep them, to keep the work going and to keep them alive. Of course, there's other data sources, not only the SDGs on women's land rights. Here we mentioned a report that was published by FAO, Unjust Climate, where the women's land rights is combined with climate data, and where we see it's not only about the rights, but it's also about the gaps between women and men, and how climate in this case can affect them negatively. And here we show that in the case of climate related events, the gap between, or the difference of these events affecting women's land rights is, I can see 8% versus 3%. So it's not only the present difference, but also the increase of pressure on women's land rights in effects of crisis. So where do we stand today with women's land rights? Let's take a focus on 5A1, for which we have the most data. Well, it says it very clearly, protections for women's land rights are low or not existent in 59, so almost 60% of the countries for which we have the data. And this is about 50%, no, 45% of the countries. Aspects related to joint registration of land, which is proxy A, financial resources for obtaining these rights, proxy D, and especially the participation in land governance by women, proxy F, are scoring very, very badly in overall through these countries. But also aspects of spousal consent for land transactions, inheritance, as was discussed in the panel before, and protection under customary law do not perform much better. It's around 40 to 50% there, where they're not present in these countries. So even in the countries where there is data, the results and the reflections of women's land rights in these countries remain very badly affected. To disaggregate that to the region, because for SDG 5A2 we have data here on this region. It's included in Western Asia and Northern Africa. First of all, here data exists, so there's quite good coverage of data, except on, especially on the evidence of provision for protecting inheritance, spousal consent, and women participation. However, there's no evidence for the region on the financial allocations and the customary law being applicable in these regions. Although there is good data, or relatively good data, as was discussed just before, and I think Didier mentioned it for the region, the results are very low in the region. So coverage by the numbers are okay, but in practice, and this is in the law, the region still scores very lowly with regards to women's land rights across all the proxies, whether it's joint registration, whether it's inheritance, whether it's financial allocation, spousal consent, customary law, or land governance. Throughout the region scores below average. You can see here the significant difference. 5A1, which is the practice indicator. shows here that in almost half of the 49 reporting countries, the share of men owning agricultural land is at least twice that of women. And that's the middle line that you see here. We can see in almost all the countries, men are above the land. Men have greater ownership of land than women in 40 of the 46 countries, and in almost half of these countries, the share of men with ownership is at least twice as big the one of women. Very importantly for the region, because this is global data, and we are unable to disaggregate to the region because for 5A1, except for Mauritania, none of the countries in the region have reported. And so that's where now the big aspect is. We've asked us to present here the results on women land rights in the region. And if we base ourselves on the SDGs, Eva, there's no data available for the region except for Mauritania at this stage. So this is a big call. And in the previous session, they showed us, the presenter shows us the progress made in the region, which obviously is well appreciated, and we should build on these. But then the question remains, why have they not reported these progresses made here from a practice perspective with regarding women land rights and our reporting to the SDGs? Very similar image for SDG 1.4.2. Here again, I'll show you the results of these data. There's only 33 countries reporting, so the number of countries are very low. But here again, except for Mauritania, none of the countries in the region have reported. So it's impossible for us, through the SDG and a formal system, to report you how these countries are doing at this stage. None of them have reported to the SDGs. So the results I'm giving you here are the global ones. We can't dig deeper into that for the regions based on the SDGs once again. So for here, the results also are very dire. 69% of the population claim to have tenure security. However, only 30% of the populations have access to legal documentation for this land. And if you look into women, that is reduced to even half, about 17% of women only have legal documentation to land for these 33 countries. In sub-Saharan Africa and in the region, probably very similar, it goes even lower to 10%. Now, this is about the documentation, this is about the SDGs, there's complementary data sources that we have mobilized, Eva. There's several there. We've heard about Morocco and the Women Lands Observatory in the previous session. There's Landex, etc. One that we are mobilizing and trying to push through the SDG system as well to complement the formal data sources, because there's nobody reporting. Why not using these other complementary data sources? And one of them is Sprindex here, which is a global survey and which integrates, of course, women's land rights. It doesn't look at the documentation, it looks precisely at the perception of tenure security and insecurity by asking the question of how people feel of losing their lands within X number of years, in this case 5 numbers of years. And globally it shows that 23% of adults feel insecure about their land or property rights overall. That means that 1 out of 4 persons globally feels insecure of losing his or her land. Regarding perception of tenure, they didn't find a significant gender gap. That doesn't mean that women have the same documentation. It means that their perception of insecurity does not increase globally. However, for the region, what they found is that women feel significantly and persistently more insecure, especially in the scenario of divorce or spousal death. And the graph here shows that, on contrary to the global results, where there's no significant gap, in the region there is a significant gap. You can see it between the dark brown and the light orange in the first bar, and then the full coverage in the second bar. So for example, in Egypt, the gap is between 4 and that's 33%. So although globally the gap is not significant, for the region it is significant between men and women's land rights. Here it is presented, disaggregated here for divorce, in the case of divorce and spousal death. For the Middle East and North Africa, the box that is, the two graphs that are boxed in there. In the case of divorce, it's about 10 to 12% of men that feel insecure. For women, it's about 35%, so more than a 20% gap. Similar in spousal death, the data are very similar. So, just to conclude, there is progress made. We've heard it in the previous session. However, the region is not reporting, so very little at a formal level, SDG level, way to document this progress. So a huge effort to be made there, first from a data perspective, and secondly, what we saw here from the results as well, also from a practice perspective in the field. We want to show, however, that because of despite this dire situation, that there are best practices and that there is progress, as was presented in the previous section. And here, some of them are mentioned. The one here regards inheritance rights, with progress made in Turkey, for example. Inheritance laws do not discriminate based on gender anymore. Jordan, heirs may not renounce their rights. In Tunisia, it enables girls to receive the full inheritance, etc., etc. So we see progress being made in these cases. Matrimonial property regimes and women's customary land rights also have shown significant improvement. Case of Turkey here, equal division of property. Tunisia, spouses have the option of choosing a matrimonial asset regime that ensures that they have joint ownership. So I'll stop it here. From a data perspective, a quite dire situation from existing data or reported data to the SDGs, but also a dire situation when we start analyzing these data, despite some of the progresses made in practice.
Okay, here I am. Thanks, Ward. And a really powerful sort of overview of what we understand through the SDGs in the EMENA region. If we could pull up the video next. So we see the importance here already in the first presentation of looking at multiple data sets in order to have a better understanding of the situation of women on the ground. If we were to look alone at the SDGs, we would largely be talking about gaps and indicators that are not giving us much insight into the situation of women. But these indicators are also, as Ward mentions, as we know, they're unable to measure or to quantify, to capture all of the advances that are often happening on the ground, as have been mentioned in other sessions. So we're going to go now... Oh, we're here, but we're not seeing it. We're going to go now to a video, and our colleagues from Landesa were not able to join in person. They've been impacted by the current political situation, but have been leading an important global campaign called Stand for Her Land. This is something that ILC has been collaborating with the International Land Coalition, but many of you also. And this has been a global campaign to try to organize actors at the national level, to build capacities, and then to set joint work plans, targeting increased visibility of women's rights, women's land rights at the national level. So if that's ready, we can go to that.
On the world, millions of lives are threatened by the harsh effects of climate change, poverty, and inequality. Women and girls experience these impacts disproportionately, but they remain strong in the face of adversity. And the soil they tend grows hope for the future. When secured land and property rights are a foundation for addressing global challenges and strengthening lives and communities, Stand for Her Land joins women across the world to secure their rights to the homes they live in and the resources they care for, and to engage men on the journey to equality. Whether it's a farm in Uganda or an apartment in Bangladesh, land and housing rights offer security, shelter, and economic empowerment. With land rights, women have a secure foundation to build a home or business, to protect our planet from climate change. They have equal footing in a fast-moving world. But like the land itself, there are chasms and mountains that lie between many people and equal rights to land. This is especially true for women. Only 23% of countries have laws granting women and men equal land rights. And most countries still face a gap between policy and practice. Discriminatory social norms have persisted for centuries. This leaves everyone behind, and in the face of the climate emergency, puts all of humanity at risk. Stand for Her Land is a collaborative, grassroots-led movement for gender justice. It's a partnership of land rights advocates, women's rights groups, climate activists, and allies, calling with one voice for governments to fulfill the promise of gender equal rights to land, housing, and property. Land is a foundation for power. Stand for Her Land envisions a world where this power is shared by women and men and used to benefit all. With the power of land rights to accelerate gender equality, we can face the most important global challenges. Challenges faced by people of different ages, different professions, those who live near us, and those who live far, all on our one shared planet. It's time to stand for Her Land and a better future for everyone.
Thank you for that. And we have not Landesa here, but Shad Mustafa, who's the regional coordinator for the Amena region for the International Land Coalition. Shad is going to speak a bit about our work as ILC, but with Landesa in the Stand for Her Land Coalition in Uganda, an important experience that gives us some insights into the impacts that this campaign is having. And then also speaking about what the members of International Land Coalition are doing to organize and create joint work plans to address this situation on the ground. Shad, to you.
Thanks, Ava. I will be wearing two hats today. The first hat is to present the work that Stand for Her Land is doing in Uganda, which is a very inspiring story to learn from, and the other hat would be ILC activities on women land rights. I don't know if we can put the presentation on, please. So as you know, Stand for Her Land started a couple of years ago, and there was several countries where it was implemented. Uganda and Bangladesh are the best examples for that. Unfortunately, in the Arab region, there was no country where this campaign was implemented. So we hope that we could mobilize our resources to start implementing that also in the Arab region or in the MENA region within a context that's different from Asia and Africa in terms of legal system and in terms of social component of the community that plays a key role in shaping women accessibility to land. So, great, we are here. So, Stand for Her Land started in Uganda, and we would like to share the experiences that they have had on the ground as they were trying to implement the campaign and also interact with the people. The reason that we are starting from the local communities is that it is one thing to have a woman name on a document, and it is totally another thing that the woman has a control to use that document. So the campaign in itself is trying, I'm sorry, it's not possible to look at that screen. It's too far, so. So the key advocacy in that campaign, or the issues that the campaign that was focusing on, is the transformation of the discriminatory social norms and cultural practices on the ground that prevents women from access, using, owning, and controlling. And we need to understand that these four things are totally different from each other. And also how to increase funding and capacity for land management and administration institutions to help them support women land rights. So the key advocacy issues, of course, it's not something that you do once a life. There is a continuity of the issues once you start. So the continued issues that still needs to be changed on the long run is the enhancement of the legal literacy in the legal and the regulatory framework on women land rights and right holders. Also the enhancement of land justice for women, as well as the strengthening of participation and voicing the grassroots women in the land governance process. So how Stand for Her Land tried to mobilize this campaign to advocate for women land rights? It's basically starting with the grassroots mobilization. So starting with the grassroots academics, so there were training aimed to build the capacity of the grassroots women leaders to help them understand what are the elements of having a strong women accessibility to land, and also be able to organize and engage and influence the whole land governance process. So, and the second element of the campaign, it was the usage of the community engagement. So there was the community open barazas, which is the community platform where the community leaders are meeting with their community to discuss various issues. And then the community awareness raising session. And this was particularly done with churches because it's the place where the local community were gathering in. And then expanding to women market vendors, to the university students. And then they started to integrate more, so they started to have casual talks with people walking in the street about what are women land rights, why they are important. And then they started with social media as well, just to brainstorm why women land rights are important, why are we advocating for women land rights, what does it mean to have stronger accessibility to land for women. And of course, media engagement in the form of podcasting. Am I skipping something? No. So, in terms of podcasting for change. So, having some podcasts that's repeating the importance of accessibility of women land rights, the documentation of the culturally specific norms on land access, ownership, and control, sitting down with cultural premiers and streamlining that, and then the training and formation of a pool of gender trainers to who are now leading community dialogues with men and women. So that all led in creating a lobbying movement and facilitating policy review consultations. So this started with working with the parliamentary women Association to lobby and facilitate discussion around the marriage bill, which seeks to harmonize marriage laws in Uganda. And due to these collective efforts, the bill was tabled in the parliament just last year. And this week, as we are speaking now, Stand for Her Land will be presenting that to the parliament. So, this is also a way that leads to national dialogues. Stand for Her Land engaged in several dialogues at the national level with various stakeholders in various positions, governmental, civil society, academia, and researchers to collaboratively discuss and seek solutions to issues around women land rights and the sector as a whole. So, as you see, the elements that we went through, you start from awareness raising, you start with the local community, and then you expand through social media, podcasting, just repeating over and over how important that we give women their rights until you reach the decision-making level. So, this is Stand for Her Land hat, and I see many of you were nodding as I was mentioning some of the points about how to interact on the local community level. It's another context from Uganda, but in terms of structure, it's the same. So we can act in the Arab region just like any other region and any other country outside the region. What we need, and this brings me to the other hat of ILC, what we need is engagement. And ILC, to have this engagement, have started several initiatives and pledges in other regions. One of them is Women for Women platform. Women for Women platform is simply said, women talking to women, giving the pulse to each other to start mobilizing resources to voice women's rights to land. And this is something very simple. And also Gender Action Plan, which introduces how gender justice can be a way to implement not only in working spaces, but also outside that till we reach the land thematic. The implementation of Stand for Her Land and implementation of other components within the civil society, within the local communities, is a sustainable way, or proved to be a sustainable way, because you are working on the very grassroots level. You are working with the people who are actually suffering from the negligence, especially the women that are facing the issue of not even sometimes having the identity that allow them to have a paper to land or control or even access to land. So this is the reality on the ground, as we saw in numbers, and these are the campaigns and the means that could lead to a change in the situation of women land rights on the long run, that enables probably better numbers appearing in indicators and charts, and also better livelihood for women in the region. Under any legal system, we know that the legal systems are developed enough to address women land rights, yet the norms and traditions are overruling the legal system that's in place. Thanks, Eva.
No, thanks to you, Shad. Sure. Great, a great perspective on the kinds of organizing that a number of organizations in the community are leading, and connecting really that participation gap, the involvement gap that we even saw reflected in the legal indicator, and addressing that directly through their own initiatives. So we're going to go next to Didier Sagarchai from the World Bank. And he is going to speak to us about a flagship report that the World Bank has released on land in the MENA region. This is going to touch, of course, on women's land rights, but goes beyond in terms of giving an overview of land and how it's being governed and managed in the region. So Didier, over to you, eager to hear main findings of this report and then its relevance to women.
Thank you very much, Eva. As she mentioned, I'm from the World Bank. I'm based in Washington, D.C. I'm a senior land administration specialist. And right now, the World Bank is having projects in Palestinian territories and Djibouti, in Egypt, and hopefully in Jordan to come soon. Those are land projects. I'm going to talk about the report that was released in 2023. And this report, I have brought some copies with me for you to see if you can put on the presentation. And people can also, I noticed there is no Wi-Fi, so usually people can download English, French, and Arabic version on the website. There are some few copies also there to grab. So a little bit about this report. I will talk about some of the main findings. I'm not a fan of putting a lot of words in the presentation, so I will use some graphs, and I have to give credit to the author of the report, Anna Corsi and Haris Serod, who are not here, but contributed to this report. Just to start the presentation, there is in the region a scarcity of land, and that scarcity of land with the climate change and the population growth is going to create a lot of crises. We have seen these and we are seeing these in the region. I don't want to give the examples everyone here can know, but if you look at the percentage of agricultural land has been diminishing, while the land which is being used in urban areas is increasing, and these will always create problems with land for agricultural purposes. And then when we look at cities, there is a lot of growth in terms of urban population. The urban population in the MENA region is expected to be increased by 40% by 2050, which means we need more land to have these people if we don't build a lot in height. And also the crop land is keeping shrinking in the region, so you could that's going to create a lot of pressure on whoever is managing land in the region. There are also issues that were looked at in this report is how firms or companies access land. And interestingly, in the region, to be a company and to be able to access land, you need to have political connections. So we can see on the screen, so in some of the countries you need to be highly connected to the political people, and I will tell you the reasons why behind, because to be able to access land. So that's also worrisome when you compare this to the rest of other regions, and MENA is having that very big issue. We have in the region, very outdated in some of the places, outdated laws and complex land systems. And some of these systems, for example, we have procedures that are very complicated. I can give an example of Egypt, where we're trying to implement a project on property management. You have many yesterday, my colleague Hussein was talking about how these processes are complicated, but also we have the cost of registration of property becoming high, with also a high number of now slums, in sometimes vertical slums in the region. And then when we look at, when we look at women in business, and throughout the years, from the last 50 years, the region has been remaining stagnant in terms of having women accessing control to asset management. And we see that in the other regions, this has been changing a little bit. If you look at southern sub-Saharan Africa, a little bit of increase in terms of how women are getting access. So a campaign that Shad was mentioning, this is something we need to look at in the Arab region, how this Stand for Our Land campaign can help in solving such problems. Again, this echoes what Ward mentioned. So women are more likely to have fear of losing their lands, and in the region it's more compared to the rest of the world, and we see a lot of differences in different countries on what is happening. There is also something I want to mention here. Sometimes the forms that people are using to register land, if you look at simple forms used for registration of properties, you only see they provide one space for names, and this space will only be for men. If something, we have seen some countries, if you change only the form, you change a lot of things without necessarily changing the laws. Then we have also in the MENA region, a lot of land is owned by the public, is public land. And that's why I said previously that to be able to get access to land, some firms, you need to be politically connected. So and also the property tax in the region is very low compared to other regions. It's almost less than 1% of GDP. So there is also some countries who are not taxing or taxing very low the vacant land, which leads to speculation on those lands in the region. Then the corruption. Corruption is all over the world in terms of land, but also show how countries are performing in terms of corruption in the region. It's also something that the report was looking at. What I want to go to at the end is what are some of the policy implications we can have here. Already these have been talked during the conference. A lot of people are mentioning about clarifying the rights and cadaster and boundaries and clarifying different mandates of institutions. In some countries, we have many institutions, up to 5 institutions managing land, and this creates confusion. And also having the digital systems. We have in the region some of the best countries, like the Gulf countries. They have good systems that other countries can learn from in terms of digital systems, but we have other countries that are still behind. Issues of property valuation, where some property valuation and taxation countries need to address them, and transparency in terms of land management and public land management is also one of the key elements. For agricultural land, yes, consolidation of land, FAO works very much on this, but it's also something that needs to look at. Smart and climate smart agriculture is practices are necessary in the region because of we see that the agricultural land is being reduced, and conversion of rural to urban land needs to be controlled in a way or another. I want to go fast, but in this slide I want to focus on one thing here, which is about the rethinking of the spatial policies, especially the last point I mentioned there about vacant land tax. When countries don't think about these taxes, and a lot of land is also owned by the public, there is less going into the COFA, but also there is some countries like Palestine last year, 2023, it was not last year, they had a good law, the law number 6 of 2023, which is a new law in terms of inheritance, which other countries can learn from. And for example, this law is helping when inheritance is introduced, and then people have to pay for the inheritance fee. These fees can be referred until the case is done in the court, which initially was preventing people from going to the court. Now, if you go to the court, you don't need to pay the fees for the court fees. You can pay them once the case is resolved. Some of those kind of things, they are minimal, but they resolve prevention of people taking their cases to the courts. Lastly, I think this question Eva asked about it, how many women are registered on immovable properties, land or housing, so 5%, which is very low. And we have, in the region, we have, compared to other regions, the MENA region where we have the literacy rate in other regions. But if you compare the literacy rate in the region and the women who have access to jobs, that's also another contradiction. So how then can we also work on having property for women that having women on the land or property documentation so that they can create businesses is also something that needs to be looked at and is recommended. So that's where I want to end my presentation. I want to also say that I'm representing the World Bank at Stand for Our Land Steering Committee. And on a personal level, I always want to advocate for women land rights. Why? Because women are our mothers and women are our sisters. And so I always tell men, we need to fight for the land, the rights of our mothers and our sisters in terms of having access to land and access to housing and access, having their documentation done. I always tell people on a personal level, why do I prevent my mother having access to a property? How can you, I'm now addressing to men in the room, how can we work together as men to keep pushing for this element? I'm talking on a personal level. That's not the World Bank talking. It's me, Didier, talking. How can we, as men in the MENA region, increase the 5% to 10%? This is a question I want to leave you thinking about, and I want to hear from you during the discussion. How can we, men, let's start with ourselves. How can we work to increase from 5% on the number of women who are on the property to 10%, maybe in how many years? And be able also to answer to the question that Ward asked, how can we facilitate that we can have data in the countries so that we can monitor how we are progressing. I stop here. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Didier. Great presentation, and we already have our first discussion question. So men in the room, all of us, we can start thinking. Yes, yeah. We have one more presentation though, and then we do want to get back to this interactive discussion about solutions and plans that can be made together. But I want to go now to Abdelrahim Idrais, a researcher working on land rights in the region, who's going to talk to us a little bit about how social norms and traditions are affecting reporting and what we understand about women's land rights. To you.
So thank you, Chair. I will make my presentation in Arabic, so you can use your gadgets for translation. Thank you. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله تعالى وبركاته.
Hello, in the Arabic region, according to the SDGs, I will talk about the problematics, cultural, legal, and social problematics that stops women from having the rights to access.
So I can start. إذا مداخلتي ستكون حول كيفية حماية حقوق النساء في الولوج إلى الأرض في المنطقة العربية وذلك على ضوء أهداف التنمية المستدامة. فسأتحدث عن ما هي المعيقات الثقافية والاجتماعية التي تحول دون ولوج آمن إلى الأرض، وكذلك لها أثرها على التقارير أو على يعني المؤشرات المرتبطة بأهداف التنمية المستدامة.
Here in the Arabic region.
فكما تعلمون فإن ولوج النساء إلى الأرض يواجه تحديات كبيرة جدا في المنطقة العربية. متدخلين قبلي أبرزوا يعني الحالة الراهنة لمؤشرات التنمية المستدامة والتي تعكس بشكل واضح وجلي يعني ولوج المرأة العربية إلى الأرض. فالمؤشرات هي فقط ترجمة للوضعية، ولكن أهم شيء يمكن البحث عنه هو لماذا هذه الوضعية. فتتعدد الأسباب التي تحول دون ولوج المرأة إلى الأرض، بينما هو قانوني اجتماعي ثقافي يعني وكذلك اقتصادي. ثم الأهداف التنمية المستدامة جاءت وخصوصا الهدف الأول والخامس من أجل يعني إعادة تشكيل ربما صورة المرأة وكذلك إعادة تمكينها من الوصول إلى الأرض، ولكن تبقى هناك إشكاليات متعددة، إشكاليات كثيرة جدا تحول دون وصولها إلى هذه الأرض. فما هي سبل تجاوز هذه الإشكاليات وكيف يمكن تحقيق العدالة يعني في ولوج النساء إلى الأرض؟ فأولا عندما نتحدث عن المنطقة العربية نتحدث عن يعني أزيد من 14.5 مليون كيلومتر مربع، أي تقريبا 10% من مساحة العالم، يعني ليس بالأمر المستهان. تنقسم هذه المنطقة إلى 22 دولة عربية، كل دولة لها نظامها الاجتماعي والثقافي والسياسي. تصل نسبة النساء في الوطن العربي إلى ما يقارب 48%، تقريبا نصف المجتمع العربي كله نساء. ولكن لا تتعدى نسبة ولوج النساء إلى الأرض في أحسن الدول العربية
of women of this demography. However, only 15% of them have access to land.
إذن مقارنة بنسبة النساء في الوطن العربي مع نسبة ولوجها إلى الأرض فترون يعني أن اللون شاسع وكذلك الفرق كبير جدا. فهذه مسألة ظاهرة
there is a huge difference.
فعندما ننظر إلى أهداف التنمية المستدامة فإن الهدف الأول والهدف الخامس يسعى إلى محاربة الفقر أولا، ثم كذلك محاربة يعني الفرق بين الجنسين وتحقيق المساواة بين الجنسين، ولكن عبر آلية ولوج النساء إلى الأرض كآلية من أجل محاربة الفقر وكذلك محاربة هذه يعني هذا التمييز. تبرز المؤشرات يعني 1.4.2 و5A1 و5A2 وضعية ولوج النساء إلى الأرض بصفة آمنة. يعني هذه المؤشرات تم وضعها لتكون ترجمة للوضعية الحقيقية على الأرض لولوج النساء إلى الأرض. تعتمد هذه المؤشرات على بيان وضعية حصول النساء على الأرض، وكذلك على الوثائق والمستندات التي تبين وتعزز هذه الملكية، وكذلك على القوانين التي تسهر على حماية ولوج النساء إلى الأرض. فبالتالي هذه الوضعية لا يمكن أن تظهر بشكل جلي في غياب المعطيات والبيانات التي يمكن من خلالها رصد الوضعية، تحليل الوضعية، وكذلك يعني القيام بالمتعين في يعني توجيه الفعل العمومي وتوجيه كذلك السياسات والقوانين وغيرها من أجل زيادة نسبة ولوج النساء إلى الأرض بشكل آمن. بالنظر إلى وضعية المؤشرات حاليا، ربما المتدخلين قبلي أشاروا إلى أن المؤشرات اليوم هناك إشكالية غياب وقلة المعطيات المرتبطة بهذه المؤشرات. فغياب المعطيات هو على نوعين. النوع الأول هو في المؤشر بحد ذاته، فهناك غياب ربما في بعض الدول وفي كثير منها تحدث يعني المتدخل أندري عن كون فقط موريتانيا في المنطقة هي الوحيدة التي لها يعني تقرير عن المؤشرات، في حين أن غالبية الدول في منطقة شمال إفريقيا والشرق الأوسط تغيب عندها هذه المؤشرات، تغيب عندها كذلك تقارير حول هذه المؤشرات. فالإشكالية الأولى هي مرتبطة بعدم وجود منهجية واضحة يعني معتمدة بشكل رسمي في جمع البيانات المتعلقة بهذه المؤشرات ونشرها وفق تقارير رسمية. فبالتالي البيانات الإحصائية أو النظم الإحصائية لا تأخذ بعين الاعتبار هذه المؤشرات في جمع المعطيات. والإشكال الثاني هو في عدم قدرة المؤشرات على عكس الواقع، ولوج المرأة على الأرض بسبب ضعف الولوج أصلا والتحديات التي تواجهها. فالمؤشر عندما يعطي نسبة قليلة فإما أنه لم يتم جمع المعطيات وفق المؤشر بطريقة صحيحة، وإما أن أصلا ليست هناك يعني ولوج للأرض بحيث يمكن عكسها بهذه المؤشرات. فإذا المؤشرات هي في حد ذاتها يعني تعكس فقط الواقع الذي يمكن أن تعيشه المرأة في ولوجها إلى الأرض. إذن فما هي الإشكاليات الثقافية والاجتماعية الخفية التي تحول دون ولوج المرأة على الأرض والتي تعكسها المؤشرات في الحالة الثانية؟ أولا هناك أسباب مرتبطة بالمكان التقليدي للمرأة في البنية الأسرية. فعندما نتحدث عن المرأة في الأسرة فإننا نتحدث عن بنت، يعني بنت رجل، ونتحدث عن أم رجل وأخت رجل وزوجة رجل. فبالتالي البنية الأسرية الاجتماعية في المنطقة العربية خصوصا لا تزال تجعل المرأة تحت وصاية الرجل، وهذا إشكال ثقافي يعني أساسا. فنوعية العلاقة القائمة بين النساء والرجال داخل الأسر لها يعني أثرها الكبير على إمكانية ولوج المرأة أصلا إلى الأرض، لأنها تكون دائما تحت وصاية الرجل. ثم في الثقافة العربية أن الأرض هي أصلا مخصصة للرجل بحكم أن الرجل هو المسؤول عن العمل وكذلك عن إعالة الأسرة. فبالتالي عندما تكون الأرض أصلا يعني هي خصوصية للرجل وتكون المرأة تحت وصاية الرجل، فلكم أن تتصوروا كيف يمكن للمرأة أن تعبر إلى الأرض يعني في هذه الحالة. ثم إشكالية المكان المحدودة للمرأة في اتخاذ القرارات. يعني أغلب الهيئات والبنيات العشائرية مثلا في مختلف الدول العربية يعني لا يمكن للمرأة أن تكون في الهيئة التقريرية أو يكون لها صوت أو إمكانية تقرير أو إمكانية اتخاذ القرارات. فبالتالي عندما نتحدث عن الأراضي في المنطقة العربية نتحدث عن نسبة كبيرة جدا هي في ملكية العشائر والقبائل، فبالتالي المرأة ليس لها وصول أصلا إلى القرار، فكيف أن يكون لها وصول إلى الأرض؟ ثم كذلك تأثير التقاليد الاجتماعية على نظام الإرث. تحدث المتدخلون قبلي عن إشكالية الإرث. الإرث ليست إشكالية في حد ذاتها، وإنما الإشكالية في التقاليد والأعراف التي تحول دون تطبيق الإرث بشكل عادل وبشكل سوي كما هو معروف في الأنظمة الشرعية في المنطقة. ثم كذلك هناك الخلافات الأسرية الكثيرة والمتعددة التي تكون أساسها هو الأرض ويكون إشكالها هو يعني هل يعني مقبول داخل الأسرة أن تكون للمرأة أرض أو ليس لها أرض، فبالتالي تخلق نزاعات أسرية تصل إلى المحاكم إلى غير ذلك. ثم إذن قبل الوصول إلى الحلول سنتحدث عن النظم القانونية. إذن كما رأينا هناك نظم اجتماعية مؤثرة ونظم قانونية تتعدد الأسباب القانونية التي تحول دون ولوج المرأة إلى الأرض. أهمها أن هناك قوانين كثيرة جدا تؤثر الأرض. تحدث المتحدث قبلي على أن نسبة كبيرة من الأرض أصلا هي في ملكية الدولة، فبالتالي كيف يمكن للمرأة أن تصل إلى الأرض هي في ملكية الدولة وهي في حاجة أولا إلى أن تكون لها مكانة اقتصادية وقدرة اقتصادية من أجل الوصول إلى هذه الأرض. كذلك بعض الخصوصيات المحلية في الدول العربية لا يمكن للمرأة أن تصل إلى نوعيات من الأرض بحكم عدم قدرتها يعني أو عدم تمكينها لا سياسيا ولا اجتماعيا ولا اقتصاديا. هناك بعض القوانين في بعض الدول ولا أعلم تميز بين الرجل والمرأة في الولوج إلى الأرض. هناك بعض الإصلاحات التي تم القيام بها، ولكن لا تزال هناك بعض الحالات التي فيها عدم مساواة بين الجنسين. هناك تضارب بين المقتضيات القانونية والمقتضيات العرفية. قد يكون هناك قانون يحكم أو لا يسمح للمرأة بولوج الأرض، ولكن الأعراف السائدة في القبائل في المناطق تمنع من تحقيق هذه المسألة بشكل يعني صحيح. ثم كذلك هناك عدم إجبارية حماية الحيازة أو الملكية عن طريق سندات الملكية. فيمكن أن يكون للمرأة أرض ولكن بشكل شفوي بشكل فقط عرفي دون أن يكون لها مستندات والمؤشرات تعتمد على عدد المستندات وطبيعتها ونوعيتها، فبالتالي لا يمكن أن يتم ترجمة هذه الحيازة دون وجود مستندات. ثم كذلك إشكالية توثيق الحيازة والمعاملات التجارية. يعني حول الأرض هناك كثير من المعاملات يتم القيام بها. هناك مثلا المرأة تسمح لأخيها باستغلال الأرض وبعد ذلك يتم يعني أخذها بشكل يعني غير سليم. ثم ضعف وعي النساء بالمقتضيات القانونية المؤثرة للرجال. في كثير من الأحيان قمنا بدراسة في شمال إفريقيا يعني حول ولوج المرأة إلى الأرض خصوصا في المنطقة في المجال الفلاحي، فوجدنا أن أغلبية النساء عندهم إشكالية في الوعي أولا بأن هناك قوانين تسمح لها بالوصول إلى الأرض. فبالتالي هذا الحاجز التوعوي هذا الحاجز التكويني يعني يكون ربما ضد إمكانية ولوج المرأة إلى الأرض، وحتى إن كان لديها علم فليس لها يعني الدراية الكافية بالمساطر وغيرها. فبالتالي هذا المدخل التكويني المدخل التعريفي المدخل التحسيسي مدخل أساسي من أجل تمكين المرأة من الولوج إلى الأرض. بعض الحلول الممكنة التي يمكن العمل عليها من أجل أولا الرفع من نسبة ولوج المرأة إلى الأرض، وبالتالي القيام بمتعين في يعني في نشر المعطيات. أولا توعية النساء بحقوقهن في الولوج إلى الأرض. لا بد من عمل توعوي يكون أساسه هو التكوين وهو التحسيس. يعني كما رأينا مبادرة ستاند فور هيلاند، فهي مبادرة تم تأسيسها من أجل هذه الغاية. فأول بداية للتغيير هي الوعي بما يمكن تغييره. وضع برامج تكوينية للنساء حول القوانين المرتبطة بالأرض. يعني ربما كانت هناك مبادرة في المغرب، يعني أعطي مثال وهو فيما يتعلق بالأراضي الجماعية، كانت هناك دورات تكوينية للنساء من أجل الوعي بحقوقهن في الوصول إلى الأرض وكيفية استعمالها. كانت هناك مواكبة تأطير في المجال الفلاحي. إعداد برامج ومشاريع تمكن النساء من الولوج إلى الأرض وتمكينهن من المستندات. وأعطي كذلك مثال في المغرب حول الأراضي الجماعية تم تمكين النساء من الأرض، تم إعطائهم المستندات الملكية، تمت مواكبتهم من أجل إنجاز مشاريع فلاحية. فكان هذا برنامج مندمج من أجل تمكين النساء من الولوج إلى الأرض. ثم كذلك دعم انخراط النساء في الهيئات التقريرية، وفي الأخير الأخذ بعين الاعتبار حق النساء في الولوج إلى الأرض عند رسم السياسات العمومية ووضع البرامج العمومية. فخلاصة لما تم الحديث عنه، لا يمكن لمؤشرات التنمية المستدامة أن تظهر حقيقة ولوج المرأة إلى الأرض في غياب أصلا يعني الشروط الأساسية لتمكين هذه المرأة من الولوج إلى الأرض. الSDGs أو المؤشرات ليست إلا ترجمة تقنية رقمية إحصائية لوضعية أصلا تعاني منها المرأة في المنطقة العربية، لا بد من العمل عليها بشكل أساسي. فضرورة توعية النساء بحقهن في الأرض أساسية جدا. ضرورة نشر البيانات أصلا المتواجدة والموجودة والأخذ بعين الاعتبار بنية المؤشرات في الأعمال الإحصائية في هذا الميدان. وأخيرا لا بد من إشراك المجتمع المدني وكذلك الجامعات والباحثين في عملية جمع البيانات وفق منهجية المؤشرات. كل هذا سيمكن من مواجهة ضعف ولوج المرأة إلى الأرض أولا، ثم كذلك ضعف ترجمة هذه الوضعية عبر مؤشرات التنمية المستدامة.
India translates and interprets the SDGs based on that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Abdelrahim. And I think kind of closing the circle for us here, or bringing us back. We want to spend, it's late, we had a lot of great presentations, but spend a few minutes with you getting some feedback. Of course, if you have questions for the panelists, those are very much welcome. But we've also heard solutions that are coming to the table, right? We know that the SDGs provide a framework. The SDGs tell us what we would like to be able to see in the MENA region, and that this would be a point of departure. In order for there to be policies that would respond to needs. SDG 582 tells us what we would like to see in the legal framework in these countries. A solution's been put forward in the example of Stand for Her Land. If there were a community of actors in the MENA region that would agree to work together more systematically on these issues, the International Land Coalition with Landesa, others, has these regional platforms that bring together actors that want to work specifically on these topics in a more...
In Morocco, for example, two types.
Legal.
So we have the legal document when you have the property under your name and the land registration or cadaster. And we have the collective lands.
Ils sont sur
For
des
example,
listes d'ayants droit.
we have
Ils n'ont
some
pas de documents
lists
spécifiques pour dire
when we have
vous avez
women
droit à
with
l'accès
the rights to have
est-ce qu'elles sont
lands,
comptabilisées aussi
but
dans
they
ça?
are not
Et je reviens un petit peu à la
documented, so they
dernière
don't have those
slide de la
lands
présentation
in their
de Word.
document or
Concernant
registered.
l'article 62,
For the article
donc cet article qui
72,
concerne les terres collectives,
with,
tout comme
which is
celui de
referring to the
61-17
collective
et
lands,
63-17, et qui essaie un petit peu d'organiser
that
les terres
tries to
collectives.
organize
N'oublions pas que selon
so we should not forget
le Daher de 1919,
that
qui sert de cadre aux terres collectives, les terres collectives, elles appartiennent dans l'indivision aux communautés ethniques. Et donc, on ne peut pas les partager. On a le droit de l'usage et de la pratique, mais on n'a pas le droit ils sont inaliénables. Mais avec ces nouvelles lois de 2019, 61, 62 et 73, 63, 17, on vient changer un petit peu cette inaliénabilité qui protégeait les terres collectives. Et de là, on passe un petit peu vers ce qu'on appelle la melkisation, c'est-à-dire le morcellement de ces terres collectives. Et pour donner une part, pas toute la totalité de cette assiette foncière importante, mais de donner une part à certains ayants droit. Donc,
if you have the right
un petit peu
of this land, of course.
Les femmes, elles ont eu en termes de melkilisation, mais combien elles ont perdu,
how do you calculate the percentage?
Ethnique
do you calculate it and
l'ensemble
from all the two types of documentation that I have just mentioned? In order to have a database, so we should go into specificities. I'm just talking about the Moroccan case because I think there is the other regions that each one of them have different type of documentation. My question it was about us. So what's the type of documents that we should base on in order to have those analysis?
Thanks. Amina, a question about the kinds of documents. If you can go right behind, I see two more there, here, and there.
Great. Thank you, everyone. My name is Rebecca Helen. I work as a gender advisor at KIT in the Netherlands, and I'm here as a part of Land at Scale, focal point for knowledge management. And generally, as a gender advisor, I often try to avoid talking about women because gender is often conflated with women, although we're all gendered beings. So, and also in this case, I wonder if the issue here is the lack of women's awareness of their rights, or if it might be comprehensive, oppressive systems that is actually the barriers for everyone to have access, control, and right to land. So that's a reflection. However, I do agree that there's a need to have good data in order to show this. So I'm also curious, and this question is directed to Ward, what incentives, encouragement, accompaniment, support do you think member states need in order to report on these important indicators? And then I also have a question about, I think it was Didier who mentioned there's a lot of public land in the region. How can this be used in order to ensure fair and just distribution of resources? And in this case, we're talking about land. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Already collecting a number of questions. Let's take one more, then we'll do a first round of reactions, then we'll come back. Yeah.
Okay, merci beaucoup. Je remercie les présentateurs.
Thank you, dear presentators.
Je suis Antoine Huigi de
Unity Antoine from Unity Land in Africa.
J'ai deux questions. La première, d'abord, c'est un peu une contribution parce que nous avons entendu un peu l'insuffisance des données, l'indisponibilité des données. Et deuxième chose, en fait, la chose que j'ai aussi entendu, il y a une question d'harmonisation du format de collecte de données
the format of data collection in the Arab world.
Alors, la question est que, alors, en tant que panéliste, qu'est-ce que vous prévoyez pour harmoniser? Parce que tant que ce n'est pas harmonisé, les données sont diversifiées suivant différentes variables et finalement ça ne permet pas d'analyser pour avoir des données de qualité qu'il faut. Donc, moi je pense que est-ce qu'il n'est pas bon d'avoir une plateforme multi-acteurs pour harmoniser ces points de vue et aussi faciliter la collecte des données dans la région et dans la région. Deuxième question. Il y a une question que je regarde un peu. Je ne sais pas si vous vous intéressez beaucoup plus aux données qui est liées à l'entrepreneuriat des femmes. Parce qu'en réalité, ce que nous faisons, c'est un peu du plaidoyer. Mais aujourd'hui, le débat a dépassé la question de plaidoyer. Parce que quand on parle de plaidoyer, ça fait appel à la politique. Donc quand on va sur les questions pratiques, comme l'entrepreneuriat des femmes, c'est beaucoup plus pratique. Et on montre l'intérêt de la femme dans la communauté. Et à partir de ce moment, ça facilite le dégainement donc, des chefs de communauté, ça facilite, ça facilite un peu la libération des coutumes, ça facilite un certain nombre de choses pour permettre à ce que les autorités à divers niveaux commencent à comprendre que l'histoire a changé, le narratif a changé. Donc je voudrais faire le pont entre l'intérêt sur les terres, la propriété sur les terres et pour finir l'accès. Donc si vous pouvez essayer de faire ce pont, je crois qu'on va pouvoir trouver une solution.
Thank you. And actually, I think we're just going to take them all, and then we're going to only have time for a round of reaction. So if we could make it short, I'm sorry to ask that, but yes, here and then there, and then we'll go to a round of reactions.
Joseph Shekla from Housing and Land Rights Network. Want to thank Shahid particularly for using the formula access to use and control, because access to any right is a figure of speech that's meaningless without the other parts of the formula. I have a question for Didier. In the chart that showed fear of losing land, Israel appears with men and women equally fearing land at about 20%. This seems to correspond to the same percentage of the Palestinian Arab citizens of Israel. Is that a coincidence? And Abdurrahim, if I could ask, in Islamic practice, especially in Asia, can I ask in English? That there's an exegesis that says, ijtihad, that's debated that the problem of inequality is not in the text of the Quran. There's nothing in the Quran that prevents a woman from having equal or even more inheritance. Have you found this discourse at all in the Arab world?
Okay, we have one more here, and if we can squeeze in a final one, I'm sorry. Can we go to? And maybe just to start summarizing, I think we're seeing some national examples of challenges with the kind of documents or the way that you would capture land, the way that it is registered in countries. Go ahead. Well, then I'll finish.
Perfect. First of all, thank you very much for your very valuable presentations. So the first one was how to encourage countries to participate in data collection. And the second one is, once you have all of this data, what are your most effective levers for action, and how can you persuade the states to change their policies, especially regarding to women, and to involve more women in the decision-making process? Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, one more here.
Merci pour toutes les présentations. C'était très intéressant.
For all the presentations, it was very interesting
les défis sont
to see how the challenges were presented in different contexts. This brings us as well to the difficulty of
les différences de contexte entre les différents pays.
On
a vu comment les normes sociales et culturelles, comment ils interviennent dans l'accès des femmes foncières, aussi le contrôle. Pas seulement question d'accès. Ma question sur la disponibilité de données, je donne par exemple le cas du Maroc, même s'il ne figure pas dans les pays qui donnent une base de données complète pour justement renseigner les indicateurs des ODT. L'information, elle existe. Il y a une agence dédiée pour l'immatriculation. Il y a des ministères de tutelle qui ont les attestations de propriété. Donc, on sait très bien que l'information existe. La question est de comment aider ces gouvernements ou les engager à nous donner en fait cette situation réelle sur le terrain et comment les pousser à souscrire à une réelle remontée d'informations sur ces questions qui sont très importantes pour nous aussi pour analyser la situation et de sortir des préjugés sur des thèmes comme l'accès des femmes aux fonciers, sur la part de propriété, etc. Et de régler cette question une fois pour toutes. Et une deuxième question, en fait, on passe très rapidement sur les questions des normes sociales et culturelles.
And concerning social and cultural norms, I would like to address the question for qualitative studies and sociological studies. We know
les situations sont très différentes et on a besoin de renseigner aussi les politiques publiques dans ce sens, et on a besoin d'une information plus fine.
And we need more fine data on some contexts, particular contexts. For example, in the case of collective land in Morocco,
de gestion coutumière des terres, et on a besoin de savoir plus et de manière assez fine sur ces situations-là.
In some countries, we need fine data about this. Thank you.
Thank you. The final comment, and I'm sorry, it's great to hear from all of you on this topic, but we'll have to close. Yeah. Okay.
يعطيكم العافية. احنا بنعرف انه القانون يطبق فوق الجميع، فبالنسبة لنا مثلا بالأردن الشرع ما في أي إشكال، ولكن المشكلة زي ما تفضل الدكتور عبد الرحيم إنه الأعراف والتقاليد وثقافة العيب اللي بتمنع السيدة إنها تتنازل عن حصتها في الأرض. لكن أنا برى ممكن إنه شو الآلية اللي إحنا بنشوفها في توعية النساء في هذا الموضوع دون ما نعمل أي تحسس بين الرجل والمرأة في هذا الحق. إضافة لذلك ممكن إنه إحنا يكون لنا دور مع الحكومات إنها تفرض القانون كما هو في حق المرأة بعد ما تأخذ حقها، هل يمكنها هي صاحبة القرار بالتنازل؟ فإحنا بالنسبة لنا في منطقتنا هاي من المشاكل الكبيرة بصراحة المواجهة. شكرا.
Okay, right behind you. Thank you. Sorry, no, we can't keep going. We're not going to be able to close. Please end
Greetings.
quickly.
My name is Noor Al-Huda Baqa and I'm a student. I just wanted to give a little remark to what other people before me have said, and they have brilliantly said it. It's a cultural problem more than a religious one, since in the religion, as I have done some studies, there is only 4 cases where a woman inherits less than a man, and more than 10 cases when she inherits equally or more than a man. The problem is in the shame culture, the aib. What will you need this land for? Why don't you just give it to your brother? He will use it in a better context. Having a woman gain access to land is just giving her independence, which means she will be also saying no, which is something that culturally in Arab culture and historically has been seen as quite problematic.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, we're picking up on important themes here. So I'm going to go through the panel. You can pick up kind of what's most relevant to you. The question of cultural norms, how that's playing out, where that's coming from, what it's perpetuating, harmonization of data collection, how you do that across diverse contexts, how to incentivize and support data collection, and the role that civil society can play in doing that. There were some other things on public land, female entrepreneurs. Pick up what you'd like to. Can I start with you, Didier?
Thank you very much. These are very good questions and good discussions. And I want to start from what Amina asked about. I'm not very familiar with Morocco, but one of the things, so the question about the data, the type of documentation we're talking about here, it's both, either those from the land registry or those even which are recognized by the legal framework. The question you asked about where the land is owned, communal land, is very valid. I just want to give a contribution on what I have seen in other countries, whereby people, the communal land, it will remain communal land, but people will have documentation on their use. including both men and the women in which are on those communal land. That's something probably that could be looked at to answer to what you have asked. The use of fruits could also be documented, and someone has a document showing that his or her, she is using this land, this type of land within the communal land. That's one of the contributions. The question about public land, which was asked, what should be done? I think I will answer it in one word. It's just a transparency. Sometimes that's what is the biggest problem. So I want to speculate on other things, but whenever this land is transparent and it's the process of acquiring it is very clear, very well documented, and with very clear procedures that could answer to how this land could be availed and be used for fairly and put in the use for other people. Innocent mentioned about entrepreneurship. In my presentation, I mentioned that in the region we have more educated women compared to other regions, but we have less them employed or working because they don't even have access to the documentation of what they own, which can be used as a collateral, for example, to get access to finances. So I agree with you, we need always to link that entrepreneurship with ownership and also see how this can lead to have more women empowerment. We need to talk about women empowerment than only about land. Land is one component, but there are more about that. Last questions from Joseph, if the issue of Israel and the numbers. Actually, when I was doing the presentation, I just realized that the numbers I was using are the 2020 Prindex number. Actually, and the Word presented much more recent numbers. So I will refer you to the Prindex website. Then we can later on have a discussion to start to try to understand. But these are perceptions. So we can talk about and try to understand how these perceptions are working. So I'll stop here and leave the other question to others. Okay.
Thanks. I will try to keep it short, answering those directed to civil society and the awareness raising on the local level. To answer the question from Jordan, the awareness raising is not just targeting women. You need also to target men to understand why we need to give women accessibility to land. And as it was referred, it's a cultural problem rather than Sharia law problem, because we know that there is a law, everything is written, even though not covering everything in some countries, yet the law is not implemented. And it's mainly directed by the social norms that always put the women in the corner when it comes to accessibility to land. And even if she has the will to say no to that, then she, in most of the cases, often don't have access to the legal system. And this is very specific to those who are living in the rural areas. In terms how you mobilize resources to incentivize policy change, or even to bring the topic on the policy, policy making level, it's the grassroots movements that use complementary data and that use local collected data to promote the usage of these data to change some of the realities on the ground. So the change in this regard needs to come from a grassroots movement rather than from a top-down approach, because we know there were so many good practices in the region, but again, the social norms are blocking these practices when it comes to the legal system. Thank you. I think I will pass it to Ward. You have the big.
Yeah, thank you. I'll focus on one question on incentives for states, but just for Amina, I asked Rita to join the team, the panel. She's part of the custodians working on the data collection and methodologies and on customary land rights. They are accounted for, but Rita will be able to develop that. on incentives for governments and states to report and to provide the data. It's our daily battle for many of us here, from the civil society perspective, but also from the UN perspective and from our members, the UN members, the states perspective. So I'll give five ways of how we're trying to incentivize states, to push states. Of course, we do not have a legitimacy to push and to oblige states to report. The SDGs are voluntary reporting processes, but there's ways, processes, tools that we can use, that we develop in order to get states to report more. First of all, is to showcase the need, and that's what we're doing here in a scientific practitioner political forum. Showcase that there is a shortage of reporting, there's a shortage of data, etc., in order to incentivize, well, make visible the need and incentivize the states to report. That's one. The second one is what Shah just mentioned and what Eva is working on is complementary data sources, and make sure that all these data sources that are out there, Prindex is one example, but there's many others at the different levels, global. But in the previous presentation, there was the Land and Gender Observatory of Morocco, which was a good case. How do we mobilize all these complementary data sources in order to, again, give visibility to the states that this data exists, but also to feed them into the reporting processes. The problem here is that the state will recognize these data sources. They will say they do exist, but then they will come with other excuses. Is it strong enough? Who produced it? It's biased, etc., etc. And so you need to go beyond the existence of data and try to make states accept, recognize, and legitimize these complementary data sources as well. And that brings me to the third point, where certain countries, and with the help of the UN Statistical Division, is establishing multi-stakeholder platforms for data, where civil society, states, private sector, data providers, research, etc., sit together and provide data on certain topics. And here, if, first of all, the indicators, secondly, the data sources, and thirdly, the methodologies are agreed upon, then it becomes more complicated for the states not to accept that these data doesn't exist, of course. They're worked on together, they're accepted together, and so they're part of the same pool. And so some of the countries have engaged in multi-stakeholder platforms. Colombia is one, Kenya is one, Indonesia, Canada is famous for this as well. Fourthly is legitimizing very similar data sources in other frameworks and aligning these different frameworks. And yesterday we had a panel on UNCCD and CBD, where we are now developing land tenure indicators that are aligned to the SDG indicators. The difference is that reporting in the frameworks of UNCCD and CBD is compulsory. And so if the data sets, if the indicators are aligned, then of course, if it is compulsory in one framework, it would automatically feed the other framework. But we're not there yet. We are still negotiating these indicators. They are adopted now in the case of CBD, but the methodology is still to be worked out. In UNCCD, we have still more work to be done. And then lastly, my last point is that we are creating and thinking and trying to develop what I would call commitment forums. An example is the Global Land Agenda, in which some of us are part of, where we are pushing the states towards more commitment. These are multi-stakeholder platforms at global level that bring together the states in order to take more commitment towards land in general, but then also towards reporting in particular. One event that will come out of there is hopefully in 2026, the ECARD, the International Conference on Agrarian Reform, which we see as a type of a summit or a type of the COP, where we hope that states will come forward and effectively commit towards engagement to land, and reporting, and that should ideally then be followed up on an annual basis, either through the World Bank Forum conference, but also through the CFS and its civil society and other mechanisms to track then the commitments taken by the states.
شكرا للمتدخلين عن الأسئلة. I will respond in Arabic.
Thank you for all the speakers.
بالنسبة للمتدخلة الأولى أستاذة أمينة، صراحة هذا الإشكال الذي طرحتيه المتعلق هل نتحدث عن الرسم العقاري أو هل نتحدث عن أي تعريف آخر للملكية، هذا هو يعني إشكال حقيقي يعني طرح لي في دراسة حول يعني تطبيق المؤشرات في المغرب، يعني ويتحدث عن كون يجب أن تكون أي سند للملكية فيه إحساس أصلا بالأمان. فبالتالي هل الرسم العقاري يعطي الأمان للمرأة؟ هل كذلك أي نوع آخر من سندات الملكية يعطي إحساس بالأمان للمرأة؟ يعني الإشكالية هي في أن يكون الرسم أصلا مؤسس لهذه الملكية، وأن يكون الرسم له تأثير بالإحساس بالأمان عند المرأة. إذن فهذه إشكالية مطروحة صراحة، وربما في يعني بنية المؤشر لم تأخذ بعين الاعتبار هذه المسألة، فكان لها أثر في تحصيل البيانات وجمعها وكيفية يعني وضعها. السؤال الآخر يعني إشكالية عدم وجود نظام موحد لجمع المعطيات. كذلك نفس المشكل وقع لنا اشتغلنا على دراسة حول شمال إفريقيا، دول شمال إفريقيا، فوجدنا أنه ليست هناك منهجية متناسقة من أجل جمع المعطيات. فبالتالي عندما أردنا أن نعطي رؤية عامة حول يعني المؤشرات في شمال إفريقيا لم نجد طريقة نقوم بها بذلك، فبالتالي لا يمكن أن تضع صورة عامة حول يعني مجموعة من الدول بحكم أنه لا توجد هناك طريقة والمنهجية مشتركة. فهذا إشكال كله يعتمد كذلك على طريقة تنزيل يعني هذه المؤشرات. بالنسبة يعني جوزيف تحدثت عن مسألة الإرث في الشريعة الإسلامية. يعني المتدخل الأخير تحدث على أن هناك نعم خارج الشريعة. سأعطيك مثال اليوم في المغرب. يعني فهذه الإشكالية أنه الشريعة والنصوص يعني تعطي للمرأة حق الولوج إلى الأرض، ولكن الإشكاليات العرفية والثقافية تمنع دون تطبيق هذه المسألة. في آخر يعني اليوم النقاش في المغرب بأعطي مثال هو في تعديل مدونة الأسرة أو مدونة الأحوال الشخصية، فتم النظر بشكل اجتهادي في كيفية إمكانية حماية المرأة أثناء وفاة زوجها في البقاء ببيتها واستعماله إلى حد وفاتها. فبالتالي اليوم نحن أمام طريقة لحماية المرأة، رغم أن الشرع يسمح بتقسيم البيت إلا أنه هناك اجتهاد فقهي يسمح بعدم تقسيمه حتى يعني تتوفى المرأة، وبالتالي يتم حماية وجودها في البيت. هذه النقطة الأولى. الاجتهاد الثاني الذي هو اليوم بصدد التطبيق وهو أنه يمكن للأب في حالة ما إذا كان عنده فقط بنات أن يعني يملكهن جميع ثروته دون أن ينتظر حتى يموت. فبالتالي يمكن للبنات أن يتمكن من الحصول على الأرض والولوج إليها يعني حتى قبل أن يتم الوصول إلى مرحلة ما بعد الوفاة، وبالتالي تقسيم الإرث. فهذه اجتهادات سمحت ربما في تطبيقها بحماية قبلية للمرأة دون أن تجد نفسها في صراع كما تحدثت في صراع مع إخوتها ومع أعمامها مع أخوالها، لأنه المعطى الثقافي في هل تختار المرأة بين البقاء داخل حوض الأسرة والرجال أو تختار الوصول إلى الملكية، وبالتالي هناك انشقاق وهناك كذلك واحد يعني خلافات. ثم كذلك بعجالة سأتحدث عن إشكالية المعطيات وتأثيرها على اتخاذ القرارات والسياسات. ففي غياب أصلا المعطيات اليوم هناك إشكال غياب المعطيات في المنطقة شمال إفريقيا والوطن العربي. فبالتالي في غياب هذه المعطيات لا يمكن أن نعرف هل السياسات التي تم وضعها كان لها أثر إيجابي في الرفع من ولوج المرأة إلى الأرض وحمايته. وكذلك في غياب هذه المعطيات لا يمكن أن تكون لدينا أرضية لتقييم هذه الوضعية وبالتالي رسم سياسات أخرى جديدة. فأظن أن يعني لتقييم السياسة وبناء السياسة لا بد من الحصول على البيانات والوضعية والمعطيات حتى نتمكن من يعني التفكير في هذه المسألة. فأظن يعني أنه قمت بإحاطة بعموم الأسئلة. كذلك من بين الإشكالات طرحتها السائلة السيدة لطيفة أظن يعني تحدثت عن إشكالية إلزامية نشر البيانات. ربما خلال الدراسة التي قمنا بها في شمال إفريقيا وجدنا أنه البيانات التي تحترم مقاربة النوع يعني لا توجد حتى في يعني في المواقع الرسمية وكذلك في المنتديات الرسمية. لم نستطع إلى اليوم إنتاج بيانات تأخذ بعين الاعتبار جانب يعني خصوصية المرأة في الولوج لا إلى السكن ولا إلى الأرض الفلاحية ولا إلى غيرها من الحقوق الملكية. ربما ما زال الطريق طويلا من أجل الوصول إلى هذه المعطيات، ولكن يعني الوعي أساس بداية كل تغيير في هذا المجال. وأشكركم.
A progress to do. Thank you.
Yes. Yes, of course. I'll be very quick.
طبعا سأكون مختصرا. شكرا على دعوتي لإجابة هذا السؤال. سؤالي سيكون بالفرنسية.
Et ça, c'est un aspect qu'on mesure à travers l'indicateur 5A2 des ODD. C'est le proxy
This indicator we measure it,
uniquement applicable aux pays qui reconnaissent formellement, que ce soit dans leur constitution ou dans les lois foncières, l'existence de lois de normes coutumières, ou bien l'existence d'un système foncier coutumier. Et donc le Maroc a en fait une très bonne pratique et d'ailleurs le Maroc est en train de collecter les données pour présenter son rapport sur l'ODD 5A2. Donc il va bientôt faire partie des pays de la région qui ont déjà présenté le rapport, on en a déjà 11 et c'est pas rien. Et donc ce proxy E, qu'est-ce qu'on regarde? On regarde déjà donc la reconnaissance formelle du système de droit coutumier ou de la tenure coutumière et on va regarder s'il y a une protection des droits des femmes dans le cadre de ce système coutumier. Et le Maroc l'a fait à travers cette loi qui a été adoptée en 2019 et la reconnaissance formelle des droits des femmes sous les lunettes à justement pouvoir... Alors je sais que c'est pas... Évidemment c'est une première étape, mais c'est très important parce qu'on a une formalisation de ces droits coutumiers et surtout une protection des droits des femmes dans ce cadre coutumier. Donc nous, on présente en tant que bonne pratique, et c'est d'ailleurs ce qui a valu au Maroc donc un proxy. Donc les proxys, c'est disons ces 6 proxys juridiques qui permettent de mesurer l'indicateur, et ça fait partie des bonnes pratiques qui sont encouragées par la méthodologie 5A2. Et un dernier point, I'll switch to English. I just wanted to also answer some questions regarding how can we encourage countries to report on these indicators. I wanted to emphasize that FAO is providing technical supports to countries, including, of course, in the region, and we have, as I said, Morocco, which is currently reporting, but we also had Jordan, Palestine, Oman, Lebanon, to cite just a few that have already presented their report,
والذين قدموا
thanks to FAO's technical support. So really the aim as custodian agency is to support, to provide capacity development, to help stakeholders collect the data, but also to help them monitor the data in a sustainable manner. So this is what we're trying to do. And of course, multi-actor platforms, and we have 2 colleagues here from FAO Mauritania who can tell you more about it after this session, as Mauritania's multi-actor platforms has played an important role in the collection of data on SDG indicator 5A2. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Yes?
شكرا.
Okay.
نعم.
We're going to have to end. This was fantastic. We're being evicted. The conversation continue. Thank you for all of your inputs. I think we could, if you want to get involved with the Stand for Her Land campaign, I would encourage you to approach Shad, also working with ILC on this. Let's continue the discussion, but thank you very much. We're rolling right into the next breakout session.
شكرا لكم.
Please, for everyone, there is a session on land territorial development system in Morocco. If you want to stay in the room, we're going straight to this session. Thank you.
سوف نمضي إلى المحادثة التالية. شكرا لكم.
تست 1, 2, test. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuh. Bonjour tout le monde. Hier, on a parlé un peu de la stratégie foncière nationale.
Yesterday, we have tackled the national strategy and how can we exploit it.
C'est articulé sur 18 leviers stratégiques
qui ont été
regroupés en 5 axes stratégiques. Et pour vous donner un peu une idée sur le foncier et son importance
now we will talk about the importance of land and its management.
Alors la session d'aujourd'hui se porte sur le régime de l'immatriculation foncière au Maroc en montrant ses principes, ses avantages et son rôle dans le renforcement de la sécurité foncière, puis les enjeux liés aux procédures d'immatriculation foncière et à l'inscription des faits, dispositions et conventions sur les livres fonciers. Pour un deuxième temps, on mettra la lumière sur le cadastre marocain, ses spécificités et ses points forts, en évoquant l'importance et les apports des projets cadastraux en cours. Et sans trop tarder, je vais donner la parole à Silza, conservateur général à l'Agence nationale de la conservation foncière, du cadastre et de la cartographie. Merci.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم والصلاة والسلام على أشرف المرسلين وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين. الحضور الكريم
English
وصفته. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله تعالى وبركاته. موضوع مداخلتي في هذه الجلسة هو تحت عنوان دور نظام
on the theme of the door of Morocco in protecting the land and securing the sustainable development. We will tackle this topic from 3 different angles. The first angle, a brief vision on the system of the preservation of land in Morocco, and the second angle, protection of the prevention of loan. The third axis is the role of digitalizations in preserving land in Morocco. Introduction, as we know, land is important in individuals' life and groups' life. And it's also an index on sustainable development. Also, the ownership of land plays a pivotal role in balancing between and also the common good of the society through the institutional of the state from another part. And bearing in mind that this right has achieved a tremendous value in protecting the Constitution, Moroccan Constitution 2011 that states below saves the ownerships and this
ووفق الإجراءات التي ينص عليها القانون. ويعد نظام التحفيظ العقاري الذي اعتمده المغرب منذ ضياء 1913 من بين أهم الآليات التي تعتمدها الدولة من أجل ضمان حق الملك العقارية، بحيث برهن لمدة تزيد عن قرن من الزمن بفضل المبادئ والقواعد التي يقوم عليها عن فعاليته في تطوير أو في توفير الحماية والمتوخات لحق الملكية العقارية وتحقيق الأمن والاستقرار العقاريين اللذان يعتبران كركائز ضرورية لتعبئة العقار للقيام بدور اقتصادي واجتماعي وتشجيع الاستثمار وإرساء دعائم التنمية المنشودة.
and
وعرف
sustainable
الجهاز
development.
المكلف بإصدار تطبيق نظام التفييد العقاري
Parties
بالمغرب
of the preserving the
منذ
land
دخول أحكامه حيز
are
التطبيق سنة
implicated
1915
in
مجموعة من
1995
التطورات من حيث تنظيمه غير أن أهم تحول في هذا الباب تمثل في إحداث مؤسسة عمومية تتمتع بالشخصية الاعتبارية والاستقلال المالي تحت اسم الوكالة الوطنية للمحافظة العقارية والمستحقرية والخرائطية، وذلك بموجب القانون رقم 58 الصادر بتاريخ 13 يونيو 2002 الذي دخلت مقتضياته حيز التنفيذ حيث في يناير 2003. وقد أسند هذا القانون للوكالة القيام بمجموعة من المهام من أهمها تحفيظ الأملاك
preserving the land and
ثم إشهار الحقوق العينية والتحملات العقارية المنصبة على الأملاك المحفظة أو التي في طور التحفيظ والمحافظة عليها، حفظ الرذائل والوثائق العقارية والتزويد عموم المعلومات المضمنة بها، إنجاز تصاميم المسح العقاري في إطار التخطيط العقاري، وفي إطار سعيها نحو تحسين أدائها والرفع من جودة الخدمات التي تقدمها للمتفقين، قامت الوكالة ببذل مجهودات كبيرة خلال السنوات الأخيرة من أجل إعداد منظومة معلوماتية متطورة ومؤمنة، حيث تم تأسيس قواعد بيانات عقارية وهندسية وخرائطية ساهمت بشكل ملحوظ في تحقيق تطور كبير على مستوى الإنتاجية أو الموارد المالية المتحصلة عليها على حد سواء، مع مواكبة ذلك بإصدار النصوص القانونية ضمن الإطار القانوني للتدبير الإلكتروني لعمليات التحفيظ العقاري. ومما لا شك فيه أن الانتقال من التدبير التقليدي المادي لمختلف العمليات والخدمات المتعلقة بالتحفيظ العقاري نحو تدبير لا مادي إلكتروني مواكب للتطورات العلمية والتكنولوجيا الحديثة يشمل مختلف الإجراءات مع ما يتيحه من سرعة وموثوقية وإمكانية تتبع مسار مختلف المراحل التي تمر منها الطلبات والقضايا الواردة على مختلف مصالح الوكالة إلى غاية المعالجة النهائية لهذا أو لها، هذا فضلا عن إمكانية التعرف على هوية كل الأشخاص المتدخلين في العملية المذكورة كلما تطلب الأمر ذلك، لا سيما في الحالات التي يمكن أن تكون فيها القضايا المعنية موضوع شكايات أو منازعات أو دعاوى تزوير يعتبر وسيلة فعالة وناجعة لتعزيز آليات حماية الملك العقاري. من خلال هذه المداخلة سأحاول كما أسلفت في المحور الأول إعطاء نظرة موجزة عن نظام التحفيظ العقاري لأنتقل في محور ثاني إلى إبراز استراتيجية الوكالة في تعميم نظام التحفيظ العقاري، وسأخصص المحور الثالث لبيان دور وأهمية تدبير الإلكتروني للتحفيظ العقاري ورقمنة الخدمات المرتبطة بها في تعزيز آليات حماية الملكية العقارية ودعم أسس العقار. إذا المحور الأول النظرة الموجزة عن نظام التحفيظ العقاري في المغرب سيتم الاقتصار من خلال إعادة التذكير بالقواعد العامة والمعلومات الأساسية المتعلقة بنظام التحفيظ العقاري من خلال النقط التالية: أولا مبادئ ومزايا نظام التحفيظ العقاري، ثم الإطار القانوني لنظام التحفيظ العقاري، ثم دور المحافظ على الأملاك العقارية والمحافظ العام في تطبيق نظام التحفيظ العقاري. فيما يتعلق بمبادئ ومزايا نظام التحفيظ العقاري، يرتكز نظام التحفيظ العقاري كما قلنا على مبادئ أساسية تجعل العقار محصنا من كل منازعة أو مطالبة، وتمنحه إطارا قانونيا واضحا، وبذلك يكون ذلك مشروع 1913 المتعلق بالتحفيظ العقاري كتشريع أداة فعال للمساهمة في الدفع بعجلة التنمية على الصعيد الاقتصادي والاجتماعي، وكذا ضمان استقرار المعاملات العقارية وتعبئة وتأهيل الملكية العقارية اعتبارا لما لها من أهمية لتلعب دورها في مجال الاستثمار وخلق الثروة. وعلى الرغم من نظام التحفيظ العقاري قد عرف عدة تعديلات كان آخرها المتفق غير أنه لم يتم مساس بهذه المبادئ التي أبانت الممارسة عن قوتها وصلابتها لما توفره من حماية لحق الملكية العقارية. يرتكز نظام التحفيظ العقاري على مجموعة من المبادئ سنحاول أن نتطرق الأساسي منها فقط. أولا مبدأ التطهير القانوني، يقصد بهذا المبدأ أن العقار المحفظ على أجل إنجاز مصدر التحقيق يؤسس له رسم عقاري خاص به يكتسي صفة نهائية فلا يمكن إلغاؤه أو التراجع عنه أو الطعن فيه أو في مضمونه أمام أي جهة كانت، بحيث لا يبقى المتضرر من قرار التحفيظ سوى الحق في المطالبة بالتعويض عن طريق إقامة دعوى قضائية في الموضوع. كما أن الرسم العقاري المؤسس في هذه الحالة يشكل نقطة الانطلاق الوحيدة للحقوق المتعلقة بالملك المحفظ وكذا التحملات الواردة عليه عند الاقتضاء. ومن المبررات الأساسية لإقرار المشرع كون مسطرة التحفيظ العقاري تمر بعملية إشهار واسعة تضمن للغير إمكانية ممارسة التعرض بحيث يتم عبر هذا الإجراء تمكين كل من يهم الأمر من
from guarantees, legal guarantees and rights and current rights. Secondly, the principle of the strength of restrictions and the argument is strong with and the power of writing, and if the change it can be take down and or a legal judgment. Therefore, all actions in land should be restricted in the umbrella of it should request a and it is needed in both and registration is what matters. Thirdly, the principle of privacy, private doing, which is it has a number and a name that characterizes it, and from its space and the in the need. The characteristic of preserving the land are including saving the ownership of the land. It guarantees the protections of the ownership of the land, preservation of the land, deny all rights, and also all costs, and it shows the identity of the owner of the land if needed. Secondly, facilitating transactions and on the basics of clear data, and thirdly, the moderations of the ownership of the land. So contributing officially in the country. Fourthly, entrenching the entrenching security in society with the preserving, and this is important, that will solve disputes in ownership and otherwise. Fifthly, alleviating the value of the land, and the preserved land is better than the non-preserved one. So I'll repeat: the preserving the land. I will. The alleviating the value of the land, the preserved land, characterized with the opportunities in dealing with it, and that reflects in its value in the market. Secondly, the framework, the legal framework of the system of preserving the land. This system in Morocco, it shows many legislations below that was changed. The law, this law has been changed in 2011 on the rights with the Dahir 1915 and the ministerial decision on 4th June 1915 that and also the Dahir 2020 in 1373 of Rabi' Thani, which means 1953, and also that deals with the specialties of the preserver, and also the decision, the Dahir on 2014 in the procedures of preserving the land and all its operations, and that's what has been changed and changed. And also in 18 July in 2016 in knowing the identity and cost of the preserving the land.
اللي منظم للتحفيظ العقاري سأركز وبنوع من
I will focus shortly on 2 points, main point below. The first, the procedure of preserving the land. The procedure of preserving the land. This procedure has many steps, and this mainly it will and cleaning the land from all claims, false claims. The that is changed by the law 1407 in 2011, and it has main steps. The main after sharing and sharing and delivering the request, and after that there is we initiate the or leaving it to the court and taking decision in refusing that when it needed. Bearing in mind that there are other procedures in preserving the land and they have certain laws, as in the collective preserving, and when it comes to the restrictions on the land, this restricted right on the documents, the land documents, it has a or it will be and this restrictions on the rights on the it has some rules and regulations in mainly monitoring the documents and where that person's responsible, he monitored the identity and the competence of the parties, and making sure on the authenticity of documents, and also he makes sure that this rejection, it does not go against the legal document related to the operation And when it comes, that is what insisted in on the Dahir, in the Dahir. Secondly, the respect, the respect of the continuation of restriction. If you cannot restrict this, if you do not, if this restriction is not correct, except if this right, the right is restricted directly from the person that the land or the right is under its name. The right is pending. Thirdly, the role of the person responsible on preserving the land in implementing the system of preserving the land in all local in from the Dahir of August 2013, that deals with the, and also the if it also there is some rules in to the person of preserving the land in the fourth chapter from the decision, the ministry decisions in the fourth chapter in 2015 that deals with managing the interest of preserver, the preserver of the land, and this below preserving data, saving documents, and monitoring the whether it's correct or not, and also procedures that goes with the law, and ensuring data that is related to the rights and the loads of lands in there that deals with. Then there are other missions, and that deals with including the I don't need it. Giving information orally and also directly delivering all documents and settlements and collection of fees due of applications submitted to the real estate registry as specified in the decree relating to the tariff and fees of the real estate agency. And whether the agency is multiplied or not, we must find a legal institution that unifies the works, the institutional works, in order for consultations and opinion on matters that have some legal problems, and then in this lane we created an institution or the general or on the based on the Dahir that was in with 1950 that it is still going till today. And this he made in implication of in 1915 and then give instructions to the preservers of the land and unified efforts and dealing with when it comes to the code of preserving, saving the real estate or land. And when it's unifying the work, the general person responsible aims to the request of and have a say on complaints and recommendations. This is a conclusion. Let's go to the next acts with preserving as a tool, the system as a tool in preserving the land. In application this system, there is in the legislation of local that have alleviating the rates of preserving, registering the land, and so we must take new strategic in respect to the laws, the ongoing laws. Since its creation in 2002, the agency have launched a generalization and it has set some goals and until 2024, and the total number of the real estate and it facilitates the legal frameworks and working on partnership with other parties, generalizing the real estate regime systems. A set of legal texts was issued that includes several new developments at the level of simplifying and accelerating procedures in the field, and that have many updates and facilitating laws in real estate. And also the agency has made sure to including programming the saving real estate and utilizing technology with technological advancements, the air photographing and also satellite photos, and also this agency within the decisions of this agency that deals with projects and that it until with 30 days as a maximum with the Marsoom 385 in 2023 that deals with legal procedures and dealing and with and also advancing the data in to ensuring the quality and speed in response to this request, opening interest new in the lane of linking services of the agency to citizens and their missions. And also from one of the procedures is making campaigns to getting to know the agency and facilitating works and opening a phone line to the green phone line to guide people and answer their questions, and also to deal with on the second point. In the second point, the legal procedure of preserving the land on rural areas that comparing to the other procedure, it's free. This procedure is free, supporting the request of preserving with a complete procedure steps collectively to save time and the less exposure, thanks to the collective presence of all parties. And this activation of has led to tremendous results from many regions. Until the year 2004, covering 247 communities, and it resulted in the creation of 1,000,2058 new land titles. And until the year of 2004, to 301 included in one of the 249 region. And from the agency of the on managing the surface of the management of forest property with their within and concludes partnership agreements with institutional and administrative sector supervising the management of forest property, collective lands and state property. And this partnership has led to alleviating difficulties in the matters. And these partnerships cooperation with the framework of partnership that's signed between the agency and the relevant authority has resulted in achieving important results represented in the preservation of vast areas of real estate in forest property in amount 6 million hectares. As for the lands of tribal groups, the total area preserved until 2000 reached 5.5 million hectares. If I made a mistake, please correct me. And the third axe is the importance of the management of digitalization of the in digital saving. The role of electronic management of real estate registration operation in enhancing the protection of real estate ownership and to boost the increasing the quality of service, and it's stated it's as it's the center of its work through a strategic to activate digital from a human side, and also giving the green light to with the ability to pay via the internet and with a safe and easy method, and achieving for simplifying the rules, reducing the deadlines for procedures, ensuring more transparency, increasing the quality of services. And with the, as the historian has said, and rules of digital use of saving the real estate land. And to showcase on the importance of that, we ensuring the techniques of. I will talk about it in these points. That deals with, so we can deal with firstly to ensure creating a database for managing various operations and issues related to real estate that will with it utilize many programs and apps. The program تدبير or it's an electronic app that you can use, and we receive many applications, and that was preserved to take a continuation in time. And also the agency deals with the matters that the different matters via online from the database, and from the without the need to files of fees. On this, it can be respected or refused with the space of professionals, and every professional is aware of the details of the request presented by them and follow it and expected either accept or refuse, or bearing in mind that the agency is looking forward to generalize the service within all professionals and users. Bearing in mind that the matters sent electronically with a number 200, a lot of a huge chunk of requests digitally. Can you summarize, please? We don't have time. The program of management, document management. It has data and many things, and the program MATLAB. It's a program, memorization program that deals with the and also the real estate fees management program, document management program, real income management program. When it comes to the second point, the documents and its role in saving real estate, we have procedures that can promote the agency. Agency have launched many electronic services that make users to for services with a transparency and clearancy, and to the interest of the survey map surveys. one of the services that we can tackle named the service of محافظاتي is the service of محافظاتي would lead the track or status of the registered real estate properties by notifying them via message text sent to their mobile phones or email whenever there is a new registration of real estate. Also, there is electronic real estate ownership certificates through which the application is submitted. The duties are paid and the required certificates are received after they are signed electronically, and they provide all legal guarantees to trust their content, especially in the verification code. Third service, topographic designs and electronic surveying tables. Through its application is submitted 2 minutes. Digital real estate advisory. Through engineers and topography people or experts. And so to conclude, the efforts have obtained from the agency and the survey maps in the recent years have tremendous milestone in achieving strategic goals and management electronically all the procedures and digitalization of services which play a pivotal role in the lives of professionals through establishing a step that will and making a digital management a tool for and promoting security and transparency and trust through digitalization and alleviating movement with close up the policy to preserving real estate and survey. Sorry for taking a long time. Thank you for your attention. Wassalamu alaikum.
شكرا سي زرق محافظ العام بالوكالة الوطنية للمحافظة.
Thank you, sir, for the presentation.
Foncière, en présentant en détail les.
You have presented in details the advantages and also the different procedures. Also, you have tackled the standardization and the simplification of all the procedures and how to integrate new technologies in this procedure. And you have tackled in detail, this technological or this digital transformation. Now I will present the Moroccan cadaster.
Alors, ma présentation va s'articuler sur 4 points, en commençant déjà par la présentation de la...
The Moroccan Cadastral in service of national land governance. Different progress, pathways or trajectories. Similar to the presentation of the ANCFCC, that new mini info. many changes that had started in 1913 by the publication of the first Daira. I will give you the main dates. In 1923, the creation of the first cadastral cell. After the making of the law of September 22. Dispose it has a budget that comes from different conservation land conservation facilities. The ANFCC works on the recognized attributions by the legislation in terms of registry, land property, cadastral. Very briefly, how is the ANCFCC is represented the General Director or CEO, and many others are related to the General Administration. The RCC, the Direction for Audit, Secretary General, the Communication Department that is related to the Secretary General, and the pole employment and the pole support. We will address the pole employment or the job pole instead of the support pole. Concerning this job pole, the only country where we have the three jobs gathered in the same institution. The map that depends. There are many other institutions that depend or are under the umbrella or aegis of one of the ministries, but for us, our institution is independent. It works throughout the Moroccan soil and other services in terms of land conservation and cadastral services, 73 in Chocho. In the different regions of Morocco, the 12 regions, all regions, each region has a representation of the agency. 73 cadaster services, even a Gargarat one that is very close to Mauritania, and other support actors for the presentation of the ANCFCC Morocco. It is today a unique institution and a unique Moroccan institution with more than 100 years of expertise in the field of land registry and mapping and cadastre. I will give some numbers for this informational heritage. 7 million titles, land titles, 260 digitalized documents, digital documents. I mean of that legal and technical documents. A covering by ortho images and satellite taken images. The strategic objectives on fundamental notions. There are many objectives: guaranteeing efficiency and quality, offering a service using technology, deploying a business model that is sustainable, and generalizing land registry throughout the Moroccan soil. The ANCFCC receives many requests online. The majority of requests are online. This is what we have talked with, what I have talked about with Mr. Lazarab. In the legal framework, we can find there are three axes. Legal, it has a power, a force that is based on evidence. Documentation, technical and legal documents that give that represents civil states and technical as well, since it guarantees the physical description of the land rights or laws, and the natural limits are well identified by the topography, and the surface is well specified as well. And the update, throughout the update, we continue the cadastral map that is a masterpiece of the cadastral service. The legal framework is an information system that has permanency and sustainability, since according to its legal arsenal, and that is updated regularly in the framework of operations subsequent to land registry. It also contains the modifications that were taken. Here we have the processes that are mastered for different projects, IFO, IFE, IFS, REM, AS, and many others. Here we'll talk about normal land registry. There are many steps. The detection at first, the pre-detection, the transmission of the plan to the continuity of the process, and for continue the process concerning land registry. We have 4 points that are important here: the choosing and opening the region, investigations, legal investigations, and technical investigation, and transferring the plan to the next step for our next process. First of all, the preparation of cadastral plans, updating cadastral maps, and updating databases, cadastral databases, or cadastral databases. The online, the topograph that is in the topography that is done by the private sector, we start by the control of the changes that are operated, and then we certify, we give certification, DG certification, and the upload of DG for the payment of of rights. Now to the economical cadaster. Here I talk about the context and objectives. The economic cadaster is in a socio-economical context that targets creation one consolidated vision under the recommendations of His Majesty. It is a component that is key in this strategy that targets increasing knowledge on land aspects and also information investigations on economical actors in the country. First of all, it targets improving the mastery of the territory, favorizing the adequate or the optimized management of land registry, creating conversion or conversions, creating conversions between and creating a better visibility on creating on the changes, promoting investments and economic and demographic growth for better visibility in terms of industrial land. Fourth objective, strategic objective, is enhancing and contributing to the generalization of land registry, which means improving services and in the end exploiting the potential that is linked to collected data by using machine learning and AI to the services or to the disposal of the state here for the economical cadaster. Accessibility and availability here in this case, this is a new cadaster that is multi-use since there are different layers that make a whole based on creating favorable conditions and a socio-economic development that is inclusive and sustainable. Concerning this economical cadastre, it covers the whole Moroccan territory and each urban commune or rural commune. It is global since it shows how it is exhaustive in terms of data and how it is holistic in terms of coverage, and it can address and serve to different types of users. A unique identifier taking in charge the region, the province, the commune, and the douar or the tribe. Different updates occur. It is digital since it is a system of management and exploitation that dematerializes. No paper is used in the institution or in the exploitation. A lot of information. It is a geo-governance tool that creates economic information throughout the territory of the kingdom, processing different layers of information linked to land in different types and different stakeholders, and this is in a common referential that takes into account the legal aspects, urbanistic aspects, environmental, social, and else, and much more. The data of different types will be gathered to offer a large type of services in different layers, as I said beforehand. We can start talking about referential data or legal data or all important data for this economical cadastre, especially socio-economical data. The cadastre information, as I said yesterday in a other session, cadastre information and the national land governance. It is one of the strategies that are the most important for the country, mastering different aspects that cannot be done without a national strategy. That is why economic cadastre is very important. Geospace data are very important to understand the national dynamics and to have and to take the right decisions, the wise decisions. The instrument is regularly updated and it supports the and consequently it also supports the initiative. It is a challenge of quality as well because the quality and accessibility of information, cadastral information in the national scale or territorial scale, this is a challenge to be able to permanently contribute to the national system of land registry. It is interoperable and its access is essentially to respond systemically and with pertinence to the growing demand on geospace information on cadastre. This is also a efficient management and a legal security, and is also to enhance experience in the property field. The Moroccan cadastre challenges of data quality. Improving the quality of this data. How? There are three work sites that are very important. The work site of normalization, the ANCFCC considers that the design and adoption of technical norms of quality and to have rigorous systems for collection, processing and validation of cadastral information This is one of the major pillars for the production of cadastral data, worksite of dematerialization, and its capacity to face challenges of digitalization and amplifying the control that is done in terms of quality, availability, and completion on this data, and security as well. At last, the worksite of innovation and technological surveillance. It targets making quality its slogan and modernizing its procedures by bringing new aspects and updating regularly. Concerning informative referentials, we have started since 2022 up to 2024. We place or we by establishing 62 guides or for cadastral, 6 standards, cadastral standards, and we have just launched a new standard on cadastral information, 4 new guides on cadastral information, cadastral surveillance. The Moroccan cadastre and its alignment to international standards, the 5 criteria of quality, ISO norm, ISO standard, the 5 criteria: coherence, logical coherence, exhaustivity, precision in terms of thematic, precision in terms of position, quality, and temporary time quality. We try to apply them and to put them in place. The Moroccan cadastre worksite for dematerialization. I call it the digital transformation that is very important, that has new. The agency, Mr. Lazark, we have talked during his presentation. Since 2018, we have launched a portal, the portal of ANC FCC for the grand public, where we find a set of services on dematerialized products, where a citizen can purchase the property certificate, etc. Beforehand, the person had to travel and go all the way to the place instead of being it digital through our website. The service محافظتي as well, my governors. We have also created a space for topography engineers, a space for many other officials. I will speak about the cadastre space of mapping, where all information can be necessary information can be available for them to work at ease and to work at their office without having to be displaced to different services. They can purchase all documents or acquire all documents that are necessary for the property, knowing that these 3 documents are necessary to be able to have the information out by the urban agency. They can also acquire the cadastral documents, having claims on receiving claims on technical files, and this is very important. Beforehand, the topography engineer needed to get displaced to deposit the technical documents. Now today it is not the case anymore. It can be done on the platform. Consultation in terms of digital cadastral documents and other services that serve a lot to the establishment of technical files and also mapping documents. The ANCFCC always in the dematerialization aspect. We have our actors, we have back offices, cadaster back offices, central ones as well. In each service, we have a back office to be able to process these technical files online by the engineers in charge, processing demands, and doing the monitoring and the steering of processes. The same back office that exists in different cadasters in the central level. We can access these back offices and have all information in real time. The IFE platform, as you know, the projects of land registry are very important projects in the agency. Therefore, we have tried to work on this process by putting in place a portal on the management, the digital management and the execution of projects from scratch up to final phase. It is the mass control of the deliverances by introducing AI. We have gained a lot of time through this mass control, since beforehand we were doing it on computers or manually. Today all of this is done fast and automatically. This has made us gain a lot of time. For the innovation work site, ANCFCC is an open organization that forges strong personality, social personality that is attached to working in riches and products for coherence of its image, to guarantee the quality of geospatial data. ANCFCC has put in place a modern system to be able to anticipate the next revolutions in the cadaster field and to be able to align with the new trends, the new technological trends, and to be able to respond to many questions that are for the processes, the cadaster processes. Introducing introducing AI in the cadaster field is a historic step to redefine and to have a transformation that is unprecedented and to be able to take place in this revolution, historic revolution. The adoption of the 3D cadaster for Moroccan cadaster. This is the development of a 3D cadaster has a dimensional potential. The management of information, cadaster information, in the horizontal and vertical level. This will create large potential of information on the land properties, and this will allow to understand better with more precision the descriptive territorial coverage. We have talked earlier the generalization or standardization of the cadastral coverage throughout the Moroccan territory, registered and not registered. This is to clarify and notify the country to support territorial planning and to favorize the economic development in different assets. Thank you.
Je crois qu'on va ouvrir le débat. Sans les bien.
سوف أفتح الباب لأي أسئلة. Mr. Ali. In the name of God, the most gracious, the most merciful, Muhammad al-Waqid, he is a legal consultant in the affairs in the directly in Abu Dhabi region. Thank you for the clarification and the presentation. I have two questions. The first question is in the what's the role of the person that's registered? Its role, the one who registers in correcting the register, especially in error mistakes. The second question, the legislators in Abu Dhabi is in Morocco, you call it's ongoing land. In Abu Dhabi, it's different case. In Abu Dhabi, we have from buying to delivering to receiving. It's a long process. The legislator in the Abu Dhabi, he created new system. He completes register, and this is what I'm gonna. This is what I conclude from your presentation. Thank you. Go ahead, Abd Siali. Thank you for the intervene for this information. There was some applications and there is some. It's the first time in the presentation there is. We have the questions on the space, 19 million hectare. It's from the number mentioned in 6.6 million forests, and more than that hectares in other lands, and the remaining is 7 million hectares. It's an operation we can calculate it, and with the system, and it's 10%. And this is a analysis of these numbers. My questions to Mr. If we preserve that Morocco, we say that Morocco will bear in mind that there is countries that take many models in, and it's the pathway to perfect operation of preserving the land. This agency, this thinking is the agency of thinking of creating a new model in generalizing security, and I come back to you, Mr. The ongoing in the economical cadaster and
du cadastre juridique. Aujourd'hui,
do we have today an economic cadaster with the way that we want to implement? Will it be efficient in terms of generalization? So for the challenges that we have in the legal framework, in a positive sense, because we have some challenges. To assure the land registration.
D'autres interventions?
Do you have other comments?
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. عبد الله الفضلي، مهندس مساحه طوبوغرافي. السؤال ديالي السيد المحافظ العام، المجلس الاقتصادي والاجتماعي والبيئي في التقرير ديالو السنوي اشار الى ان من بين الاشكاليات اللي كيعاني منها العقار في المغرب هو تعدد النصوص القانونيه وتعدد المؤسسات التي ينأى لها تدبير العقار. في هذا السياق نقدروا ناخذوا الاسقاط على جوج ديال المؤسسات او جوج ديال التوجهات العقاريه بصفه عامه. اولا الماده العقاريه او الحمايه العقاريه اللي تطلع بها المحافظه العقاريه، وثانيا التعمير الخاضع بطبيعه الحال النصوص المتعلقه بالتعمير تحت تدبير الوكالات الحضاريه والوزاره الوصيه. السؤال ديالي ببساطه، اين يبتدئ وينتهي تدبير العقار في المغرب على مستوى التحفيظ ليبتدئ بعد ذلك تدبير العقار على مستوى التعمير؟ أو هل هناك تدبير موازي في نفس الوقت عقاري وفي نفس الوقت تعميري المادة العقارية، بحكم أنه كاين مثلا بعض النصوص القانونية اللي كتطرح إشكاليات مثلا على سبيل القسمة. على سبيل المثال فالقسمة ممكن أننا نشوفوها من زاوية تعميرية حسب قانون التعمير، وكذلك من زاوية عندها علاقة بالتحفيظ العقاري في ظاهر 1913. دونك هذا هو السؤال ديالي، شكرا جزيلا.
Merci. La parole à Sissif. Sissif.
أنا كذلك بدوري أشكر الزملاء
So thank my colleagues, Mr. Mustafa Rahal, Lazraq Idris. I have a request to you, Mr. Director. 10 years and I work in Bani Malal in land. There is a divide in Bani Malal. The sector of in French, and the direction in back then they launched the law to get away from the problem, and this law 08 talks about fees and the demands. Does not talk about the land, non-registered land. It's still up today. It's not implicated. The Dahir does not apply to it. So we seek to send emails to the ministry, and according to the law 08 and 1980, we add more articles leading to this in Ibn Malal. Secondly, I left the directly back then 19 million in the span of 20 years. Honestly, the productivity is huge. When it comes to the economical cadaster, be aware of data. Why it does not work? Because of the lack of information and the time of the directly consulted all ministries in collecting data. It becomes heavy to get information and be aware. It must be efficient. Period. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for. I have one question on. Thank you so much. The two presentations, they were fruitful. The question is, what is percentage of women owners of land share, Moroccan land? There is a huge percentage on the agencies as a official number, or there's a lack of official numbers. Thank you. Okay. I will start from my experience I have with the agency transaction or interaction, there is a high taxes, high prices of transactions. I have a mistake in the name, for example, and if we correct the mistake, I have to pay 500 dirhams. This case. Is it logical? Is it logical? Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I give the word to Mr. Lazraq. Thank you for all. Thank you all. Important questions. The first brother, that he asked a question on how the role of the muhafiz on land and the pending land, and when it comes to the authorities in Morocco. The mistakes. So the mistakes. There are laws that encaders or encarns these mistakes, and try to fix these mistakes. And according to the chapter 29 from the ministry law of 315, we don't have a problem in that. We don't have a problem. When it comes to I don't know if you mixed it up. The land in ongoing is the type of land that it's procedure. It's ongoing. It's still pending. It's not registered yet. The procedures did not. And the pending land it's specialized. It's specialized, and it have some laws, specialized laws, and it protects the parties in when it comes to the pending lands. The brother, he talks about the space, the number of the space registered in Morocco. The question was in the name on the name and the explosions in this domain, especially when it comes to the space, registered space on the local level. 19 million hectare is an important number, and we should remind ourselves that this is on the north, in the south of Morocco and the east of Morocco, and agricultural we cannot agriculture lands. The strategy of the country is focused on some regions or places that's important. Important places, it's specialized places. If we go to the restricted places on urban places and some cities in Morocco, Rabat, the Casablanca, 90% the percentage of registry lands, 19 million hectare is a huge. It's not a huge chunk. When you compare it to the space of Morocco, and what we achieved it's an important milestone and it has a good place when it comes to registration land, and this 9% is I cannot agree with you. I don't agree with you on this. And if we remind ourselves the positive numbers that we have in cities and big urbans, we have big numbers on these places. Okay. Registry.
الوكالة تفكر في آلية أخرى. ما عرفتش شكون اللي طرح هذا السؤال هذا. مجال اختصاصنا هو العقار.
Our expertise is other governmental entities, and our role is only on registry lands, and that's it. The other brother, he talks about the economical, social, and environmental council, and he talks about the multi-text, and to us we have legal procedures that embodies or encounters this and registering of land on its laws related to it, and but the preserver, the registrar person, he has to abide by these texts. I think I answered your question. Of course, all texts related to the registry, and we have texts that are and other texts that the other texts, we don't have doubt about that. Mr. Sif, we will take it into account, and we will try our best if we have the ability. The percentage of ownerships of women to land is a number I don't have it as personally, but if I had the ability through the digital system by the agency, if we can extract this percentage, then so be it. We will give it an attempt in a technical angle. We have data. If we can, technically it is possible. I'm not an IT guy, but I will give you that. If it's possible. When it comes to brother who said questions on the fees, the fees and the cost of registry, it's clear. It's we have a document of Masum in the country, and the entities, specialized entities that manage that, and eventually it goes to the party that launched this text, and the text is clear. 500 dirham for changing data is opinion. When it comes to the daily practices, I think we would ensure you that every fees that mentioned in the fees are logical and objective. And I'll give you another information that the agency lost a lot of fees. You forgot heritage of 100 meters of any regions, whatever. He can inherit a villa, or we wish him best luck. 1 dirham, and when 1 dirham in slums, for example, poor region, or you can have rights that the value of it have millions. Then therefore it's logical and objective. The fees are objective and logical. Alright, forgive me if I didn't answer enough. Before leaving, I will answer 2 questions, Mr. Ali, the economical cadaster.
So for all the
practical or technical part, it will be done. And what we will have is the conception of the information, the legal framework. We have tried to come up with the minimum of database. Nowadays, technology has really evolved and improved through the days. So we work with laptops. Thank you all. I will give the floor to you very briefly.
In the name of God, the most merciful, and peace and blessing on Prophet, in quickly I will conclude on what happened in this session, in this conference of land, the third conference of land, under the team registering the land, and we say in Morocco, registering the land under a governance of land. I will conclude the word, but I will go directly to some things that were mentioned in by the director and the Mr. And all through the discussions, and some conclusions that I came up with and recommendations that we can save. Firstly, keeping the strategic of saving the land and preserving the land, and keep going on efforts or measures for better services to users, and also managing the agency by working on by the digital work that the world witnessed. And for the second presentation, I can save it briefly. Uniting techniques, the blockchain in the electronical field of for monitoring that, for more transparency and minimizing risks. Then AI, using AI in some operations related to survey map for minimizing time and minimizing the risk of human error and ensuring good results and efficient results. Then improving cadaster 3D and for information related to surveys throughout the surface or vertical, or will give more information on the ownership of land, and also measures that describe these ownership lands when it comes to with an easy and precise way. And also generalizing the surveys, also unregistered lands, to provide information and real photos to the land, and support and promoting economical development. And also we discussed some really important ideas, and the role of the registrar in correcting mistakes and this is by legal frameworks that was said, that Mr. Director has said, and also and managing the land, and we can say it gives the green light to and also economical developments and other fields, sectors. We saved many in the field, especially in the last 20 years, and this is what in the service of the lands, as Mr. Director has said, and 20 million hectare, 19 million, and finally the role of the surveys, the economical role in generalizing and also saving challenges that the survey will face, especially when it comes the accuracy of information. And peace be upon you all. Thank you, Mr. Dicker, and thank you for the assistance. Thank you.
Test.
In the name of Allah, the most merciful. In the beginning of this meeting, I don't know if everybody is here. Can we start? Okay. If you allow me, I will do the presentation in French.
De l'urbanisme, de l'architecture et de l'aménagement de territoire.
I will present in English. I will give my presentation in English. I am from the Urbanism Department and Habitat. It's with great pleasure that I am here today with you all to animate this session organized in the framework of the third Land Conference and co-organized by the Ministry of Habitat and UN Habitat and the other partners also. I wish you welcome. I wish you a good session organized by the partners of our departments of the Ministry of Agriculture, the Moroccan Association, and the land governance. So in this session, we will talk about the urbanization and preservation of agricultural land. As it has been said by a French journalist, he said that we should construct cities in a natural area. And our rural area has been a place of building and other cities. So facing the growth of demographics, we should planify and regulate those tasks. So we should think about our territorial So we are in the development of spreading another spaces.
Sombre, l'urbanisation, si elle est maîtrisée, planifiée durablement, peut devenir un vecteur de richesse.
Urbanization, if it's well organized, it can be a source of richness and the development of areas. And this can only be done in the framework of great policies and the adoption of strategies, of sustainable strategies. In order to have reflections on this and this dilemma that we have nowadays, which is the preservation of agricultural land, which is a very rich. We have the opportunity during this session that we are having a very diversified panel, and I have the honor to welcome the two representatives.
The two key departments are the Ministry of Urban Planning and the department that is in charge of agriculture. The one that is that forms the cities trajectories, but also the director of these processes. We have a map. We have a map that is that manipulates all the data to create smart maps, interactive maps, which allows to observe, surveil the consumption of agricultural lands. We also have a lot of expertise in the analysis of public policies, which will clarify us on this problematic in different countries. Western Asia, Arab countries, which will bring many clarifications that will help us accompany our policies to harmonize urbanization and the preservation of agricultural lands. I call the first person Mr. Mr. المقدم عبد الواحد المقدم. Before introducing different interveners, you can scan the QR code to enroll, and by doing that, you will have the documentation that will be shared with you today. I vividly invite you to scan the QR code to enter your coordinates so that we can share with you the documentation. As I said, Mr. Muqaddim is engineer, chief engineer. He is a graduate from the Hassan II University of Veterinary and Medical Science. He enrolled in the Ministry of Agriculture and Civic and the Rural Development in Faris, Water and Faris. More than 15 years of experience. Mr. Muqaddim today is in charge of the division land planning and management. Lady Hanta Minahid, who is architecture graduate from the Institute of Architecture in Tunis. She is also manager of the heritage and architecture of the heritage after occupying many positions at the central level. Beforehand, she was director in the Khmisat agency, and now she is director in the province of Sidi Qasim Sidi Sliman. She is also delegate in the Mediterranean Union. She's known for all of her commitments towards the digitalization and innovation in the urbanistic approach. Mr. Mahjoub Al-Harash, who has two hats, regional director of agriculture, but also the director of the office for valorizing agriculture in the region of Al Gharb. I believe that the next case study will be Al Gharb or El Gharb. We have tried to align this preservation with the accompaniment graduate of the Institute for Management of Enterprises, and he has had many positions in the management, whether in the northern region or southern region, and he accompanied all of these policies and strategies relative to the problematic of urbanization of agricultural lands, preservation of waters, and also transferring waters between the two basins of Cebu and Burgreg. And I believe that Mr. Al-Harash has a long experience in the matter of more than 30 years. Isn't it, Mr. Al-Harash? His intervention today will be of very high value. I call as well our young PhD student, our young PhD student in geosciences and sustainable development and management of and land management in the Institute Hassan II. She is the founder and the president of the Moroccan Association of Researchers in Land Matters. She's also a researcher in the network excellence in land and governance in Africa, NELGA. I believe that the association NELGA, they have shared with us their booklets, the work of their engineers in the region. To conclude, I invite Dr. Soukaina Nasrawi, that directs urban development in ESCOA, the Commission of the UE for Western Asia. Dr. Nasrawi is an eminent personality in urban development and the implementation of sustainable development goals and urban agendas. She has worked on many thematics: smart cities, sustainable development, knowledge of cities, information and knowledge management. She is the author of the book entitled Sustainable Smart Cities, a Human-Centric Approach. We are happy to have her here with us. We have shared some figures with you that translate this problematic of agricultural lands consumption. But we are also facing the dilemma of accompanying urban development, vector or lever for riches. I give the floor to Mr. Al-Muqaddam to present to us the department's vision, the agricultural development's vision, and the development of of waters and forests. You have 10 minutes so that we can allocate time to the audience to express themselves after. It will be broadcasted or it will be showcased on the screen. We will try to see the screen here. First of all, I would like to thank all those who organized this event and made it successful. First of all, for inviting us to be here, and second, to well organized, and I hope.
هذا كنت أود أن أقوم أن أقدمه باللغة الفرنسية إلا أنه في
Because of the guest, I'd like to present it in Arabic, wishing me luck. Concerning my presentation about protection of land, agricultural land in service of food security, sustainable food security, about three axes. The first axe concern about the
المملكة المكتسبات
challenges protection of agricultural land, and finally the final axe or the visions, future vision and challenges about in achieving food security and challenges of climate change. The space, the agricultural space is 1.6 million hectare, and also that it takes the percentage of, and also we cannot deny the poll on a 52 and also this agricultural it creates more than 40% of inhabitants in rural areas. With all these winds, we see this sector knows a lot of problems. The first problematic about food security, achieving food security, and which is an important factors in the stabilizations of countries and states, and its important and positive role in what a lot of countries has suffered from in Corona period, and also the other challenge concerning about the climate change and factors related to economical and stability of countries. And also the third challenge is about the topic is the theme of this conference about cities and expansions. We said there are some studies by Agriculture Ministry concluded that our kingdom it's like the touch, the agricultural touch, and this sorry, we find the best quality lands, fields, and sorry, unfortunately there is not aggregated picture that shows clearly what the results that I stated. And we move to the other acts concerning about preserving agriculture lands in the Kingdom of Morocco in a strategic under the umbrella of strategies, and especially the strategy concerning about the agriculture ministry, the Green Morocco, and the current strategy of the green generation, and the first strategy, and this is what one of their priorities is, precising the resources, waters, and agricultures and animals, and also sustainability and preserving agricultural land and encouraging agriculture, ecological agriculture. Even though there is a multi-diversity of laws in the landscape lands, and there is rich, and there is it started its preparation from the first, and I mentioned one of it is one of the laws that's related to agriculture is the law concerning and investments in agriculture, and also the law in investments in collective lands, and also and then I will mention two important laws taking in mind the fear of preserving agriculture lands, and this is housing law, and then bearing in mind all documents of housing documents, and thanks God we initiated the works of on all regions of Morocco. Also, there is another law concerning about council, creating a council and promoting investments that deals with the receptions and projects of agricultures and non-agricultures, and make sure they're consulting with other ministries, and on the local scale, bearing in mind this touch of preserving agriculture of agricultural lands to the land or the real estate. I think that concerning the third acts related to future prospect and challenges concerning food security and climate change, I'd like allow me to suggest to you some suggestions that will enrich and recommendations of a business plan of to this. And I would like to start in including the environment perspective and making sure to in doing all projects and promoting ecological agricultures and good management of resources, and also in and giving birth to a project concerning about waters of rain and works of agricultures and other factors. And also there is a third suggestion, participating other parties in this, promoting formations and learning, and letting in all these institutions and its role in management fields, about its concern with it, and also it's managed by councils and elected council in a democratic operation, and also participating, letting in the projects of sustainable projects. There is also another suggestion, that is the importance of the importance of yeah, I will finish. Let me finish. Through putting promotions of practices that will save lands, agriculture lands, and also will fix wasted lands. Also making a project that's saving lands and preserving these lands and fixing it, and making sure to create this in every country of our Arab countries and African countries as well. It's important. And also supporting scientific research and innovations, and making sure that transferring information to agriculture, and also, even though all the arsenal and legal arsenal that our kingdom have, and even though all of this, and that I mentioned a little while back, some recommendations, making sure and bearing in mind this part is important. Preserving lands is important, and also the practices in reality requires making sure a general law, and balancing between preserving lands and modernization of the needs, dynamic needs, and the advancement of our kingdom. And finally, I apologize for taking so long. Wishing me luck in participating in success in this conference, and thank you. Thank you, Mr. Qad.
Thank you for the presentation. Now we will move on to the problem of the urbanism department in accompanying advancements, territorial advancements. Lady Hantami, go ahead, please. As I said, as I've given 12 minutes semester المقدم, now I will allocate you the same 12 minutes. I will have more time, isn't it?
C'est bon? Voilà. Ah, مازال. Non, non, il faut pas. Surtout pas. Surtout pas. On va attendre. C'est bon. Ah, d'accord.
Bonjour tout le monde. I will present in French, so I have technical issues. There are technical terminologies, so it's not easy to translate it. It's with great pleasure that I am here today with you to present my presentation in the framework of this conference. Before starting, I would like to thank all the organizers of this event and for giving us the chance to share our experiences regarding a very important thematic, which is the urban planning and the challenge of sustainable development. So there is a multidimensional aspect. The SDGs, as we have already mentioned, and the other strategic aspects.
Il faut rappeler par ailleurs que l'action, aujourd'hui, s'inscrit dans un contexte marqué par des transformations.
We have a very radical change. There are 4 elements that marks this context. There is climate change increasing, an ecosystem and a system based on resources, and crises that fragilize the crisis and improve or multiply the pressure. The word now, there is no presentation.
Non, c'est pas grave, je peux attendre quand même. On a tellement travaillé cette présentation qu'on va pas la rater. Oui. Parce que c'est important quand même.
It is important. It is important to have the presentation.
Ah, c'est pas. Enfin, Hamsi, enfin. D'accord, on a parlé des références un peu, sur lesquelles on se réfère.
We have tackled the references. I will talk about the context that we've been based on. There is the context of increased urbanization and globalization, environmental context, economic context, and a context of crisis. So nowadays, urbanization has major impacts on societies. These have been prior mentioned. As urban areas expand, land previously intended for agriculture activity is often transformed to meet the needs of infrastructure, housing, and economic activities, which result in a reduction of available agricultural land.
Toutefois, il y a lieu de noter que cette expansion de la tâche urbaine
and this expansion, it is in the city and center urban, which is introduced by the extension of urbanization. by means of an urban planning document and result in a change of agricultural vocation.
Un établissement humain d'un document d'urbanisme. Par contre, il y a un second processus qui s'opère à travers la prolifération des constructions.
And also there is another concept which is the douar, the process of proliferation of construction around the original douar results in the fragmentation of agricultural land without generating new added value. And the procedure for democrating douars under the joint circular. And also climate change, which Morocco is one of the countries most affected by climate change, and it has different impacts.
La sécurité alimentaire. Nous en citons les plus importants. Baisse des rendements agricoles.
So we have the rising temperature, the decline in agriculture and food shortage, change in cultivation zones, and climate migration. We have the global economy, which is the global economic competition and its effects on agricultural land. So we have a dependence on international markets. Farmers must adapt to the global prices and increase in agricultural land prices. Crises are our fourth part of our context. We have pandemics and crises, economic and financial crisis, and we have the food crisis due to demographic pressure. From we have the global consequences, which is the reduction in agriculture productivity, degradation of ecosystems, and loss of biodiversity.
Avant d'exposer les impacts de l'urbanisation sur les terres agricoles, permettez-moi de vous donner quelques informations.
I will give you some general figures in Sidi Qasim, Sidi Slimane. It's 42% of the regional population. It is a territory which is dynamic. The population in 2024 has been more than 2 million inhabitants. And the rural population constitutes 42% of the regional population, and it is introduced by the territory with this unique natural capital. It is very important in terms of investment. It covers 84% of the irrigated perimeter. Based on a study that has been made that Mr. Lahraj will tackle also, the global area of agriculture has been multiplied 4 times. So the activity will be compromised. I will not tackle in detail those figures. And also the impact of urbanization on agricultural land. So more than 15 douars in the province of Sidi Slimane and more than 750 in that of Sidi Qasim, or about 1,000 in total, are mostly scattered. So urban sprawl is becoming more widespread in these areas. This sprawl is causing an increase in open areas and overconsumption of space, thus putting strong pressure on agricultural land. What are the challenges of the urbanization of agricultural land? I will try to take 5. Satisfaction of work induced by urban growth. Preservation of agricultural land and guarantee of food sovereignty, mitigation of impacts on biodiversity and ecosystem, intelligent and balanced management of land use conflicts, and the 5th one is strengthening the resilience of territories in the face of this change. So, satisfaction of the needs induced by urban growth. This growth, we will have welcoming new investments and developing economic activities on to implement investment projects and create administrative and socio-collective facilities. We have increasing urbanization threatening the sustainability of agricultural land. This reduction in cultivated areas had two impacts, which is the decline in local food production and pressure on natural resources. In terms of mitigation of impacts on biodiversity and the ecosystem, we have the conversion. So the conversion of agricultural land into residential areas impacts the habitats of animal and plant species, affecting their survival and reproduction. For the fourth challenge, which is intelligent and balanced resolution of land use conflicts, we have two uses. This situation creates between two different needs, which is economic development and preservation of agricultural land. And we must juggle the imperatives of economic development with the need to preserve agricultural land to ensure long-term food securities. So that's why we should accelerate this process in order to guide us in urbanization. And it's really important to apply those laws. Finally, for the last challenge regarding the strengthening the resilience of territories. So, the role of nature spaces, including agricultural land, in mitigating the effects of climate change and improving the capacity. Also, agriculture is a water-intensive activity, and urbanization can also increase pressure on water resources. Integrating the circular water economy into urban space will allow for better regulation of the use of these resources. Also, the optimal urban sprawl, so that is translated by the construction of a new infrastructure, led to the waterproofing of soils. So there is approaches to preserving agricultural land. We have the tools of urban planning. And working with those tools, we could work on this. So the SDAU, I think it's important what I'm talking about. I think I can have more time. I will not dive into details. So we have the plan of reconstruction, and the tools, which is very important, is the delimitation of the wars. For the first approach, it's a strategic one. We have two objectives, which is the sustainable resource management and the preservation of ecosystem and agriculture areas. And the second objective is the reorganization of the territorial framework for balanced, integrated, and sustainable development. So we have the PPD, the PUP, and PCR. In order to have a homogeneous territory, this configuration is reinforced by a hierarchical process and a balanced one. second approach, we have the multi-level collective spaces. We have the compact city, which is multi-level collective housing areas, densification and urban sprawl. The second objective, urban regeneration, through development operations by building the city on itself. And then we have strengthening the green framework through the promotion of urban agriculture, which is very important point. And also by development of green spaces in order to construct the rural areas. For the other approach, it is the delimitation of douars in order to simplify to limit the existing douars, knowing a very good dynamic, to framework the rural population and their regroupments. The sixth principle, to minimize this distribution through the platform Urbadouar, which have been developed by Kinitra, in order to generalize your digital transformation of urban planning procedures in rural areas, ensure good control of rural territories,
Avant de clore, نهضروا مع لميا ما خلتنيش كتخلتني زربك قال لك الترادكتور الى
I'm talking in very rapid way.
Et compte tenu des éléments de contexte et des enjeux que nous avons développés en lien avec les terres agricoles,
So it is fundamental to have a model of urbanism or urban planning that aligns with the SDGs. So we have 4 levers: the green infrastructure, the construction of ecological infrastructure. When the actors collaborate and coordinate to find solutions, that's what we are doing to delimit the parameters of soil management regulations and policies, the establishment of appropriate regulations regarding land use, and towards collaborative and decentralized urban planning, the adoption of the principles of participatory and concerted urban planning through the use of collaborative digital platforms and AI by promoting territorial intelligence of urban planning for inclusive and sustainable development.
Merci beaucoup, Madame Hamtami, pour cet exposé riche qui nous a permis pas seulement d'avoir la vision du département, mais également...
Thank you. This treats the whole problematic concerning the consumption of agricultural lands. Mr. Al-Harsh, can you please answer the accusations in favor of inclusive development? Go ahead, Mr. Al-Harsh. Go ahead, please. Hello, everyone. Thank you to the organizing committee. Thank you for the successful organization of the event. And thank you for providing us with your vision concerning the replacement of agricultural lands. In my presentation, there will be complementarities or additions to what was already said. Maybe a little redundancy, but my presentation will focus on the region of El Gharb. For accesses, the role of agriculture in national economy, the problematic of building in constructions in agricultural lands, and in the end we have organized event and a series of webinars, especially for the thematic, a webinar on the regulation, webinar on geomatics and AI for the management of urbanization, and at the end the environmental impact and social impacts of urbanization. The urbanization process transforms the environment, and the preservation of agricultural lands impose many challenges and affects the attractivity of cities. This threatens food security in the country, but also biodiversity and some balances. We can note that around 63% of the Moroccan population live in urban areas. We can notice that there is a lot of pressure on urban areas. Geospatial tools play a central role in the analysis of the management of agricultural lands, and thanks to technology, thanks to computing systems, it is possible to map with high precision the dynamics, territorial dynamics, and to analyze the evolution of soil occupation. These tools help to model different development scenarios, the areas to protect as a priority, and to have a territorial planning that is balanced by providing data and a global vision. The geospatial tools are essential levers to conciliate urbanization and the preservation of agricultural resources. Now, we can say that the SIGs allow to collect, analyze, and visualize geospatial data. They are used to understand the complex interactions between different elements of the field and to better take decisions in different fields. The planning of the sector, urbanization planning, and environmental monitoring. If you can see with me, SIGs, the spatial analysis and the dynamic mapping, where we can use SIGs in our context, in our topic. For example, the analysis of the fragmentation of agricultural lands around cities to undermine and reduce urbanization.
Est essentiel pour analyser.
Remote sensing is very essential for urban expansion through monitoring of the occupation and between urban and agricultural land, for the monitoring of through the comparisons of satellite images through the urbanism development, and for the sensing and detection of risk zones, and also the impacts of urbanism on natural resources and the environment. As an example, thanks to the images Sentinel-2, we can detect the expansion in urbanism and can the losses of arable lands. We can monitor the conversion of urbanism through satellite images. We can use drones, Google Earth engines, and also special databases in order to integrate geometric points and polygons with the descriptive charts, and to optimize analysis and to optimize the use. In our topic, you can centralize the information on arable protected lands, on the urban expansion, also on sprawl. So the integration of technology can help anticipate your intervention and also for a sustainable use and to optimize the use for the territory management and the role of algorithms and management in dynamic management and the modelization first in order to analyze the tendencies of urbanization and to foresee the impacts and also to help in decision taking based on data available. So there are some types of algorithms used in order to manage the algorithms, the algorithm of classification of spatial analysis through the automatic machine learning, and it's a random forest or suppose vector machine or neuronal networks. We have to detect urban zones and identify them. For instance, the detection of recently urbanized zones thanks to Sentinel-2. We can cite the models based on automats cells. These models based on cells can help occupy the soil or the land based on predefined rules and the density and structures, and we have spatial interaction model to analyze the flux and the flows of population and their impact on urbanization. Now let's move to our zone of action, which is the irrigated zone of Gharb. Here is a map that shows the location of the irrigated perimeter. The action zone is situated at the region of Rabat Saleh. It is known for its important agricultural potential, and also the provinces of Hanitra, Sidi Qasim, and Sidi Slimane. It englobes 14 circles and other local governments or communes, territorial communes. It bounds for a high level of arable soil and water tables. In order to assess the development tools, we have used Art Explorer and Copernicus, ArcGIS, and QGIS. We have already used for the extraction of image. We have atmospheric and radiometric corrections in order to extract the zones that built between 2017 and 2021. Then, with the ArcGIS, we have proceeded for the precision of the irrigated perimeters in 2021, and we have downloaded by Copernicus and Explorer images, and it helps us to show the composition of the images, and in order to have an image that contains bands and also the composition of bands that we have done with the Sentinel system in order to identify the irrigated systems or irrigated lands. Then, with ArcGIS, after the composition of the bands in 3 parts that contain 3 images of 2021, there is the extraction, as you can see. It is the result. After the classification, ArcGIS helped us to generate the classification of images. The data and development help classify the data and also to supervise, to see the supervised and non-supervised or monitored and non-monitored zones. And there are disparities between these zones noticed. That's good. So the result, a map of occupation of the irrigated perimeter in 2017 and also in 2021, and we can notice that this zone, the zones that were urbanized are easily noticeable. This is the table that shows the details. We can notice that this urbanized superficie moved from 14,800 to 15,000. This shows that during 4 years, 1,030 hectares irrigated were urbanized during 4 years. What we can conclude that special studies have led to the results, the 30 hectares and between 130 hectares between 2017 and 2020. By 2050, with this tendency, there will be no irrigated lands left. There's different actors that play a role in territorial management. So, for the recommendations, we recommend first the development of a national observatory of urbanism and agricultural lands, first to monitor in real time the urban expansion and its impact on our agricultural land. First, is to set a geospatial database that integrates information and with partnership with bureaus of studies and universities in order to guide the territorial planification, and this will help to manage well the territories and to optimize the urban expansion. Also, the integration of geospatial data in the planification, in the urban planification, and then the elaboration of urban growth models. And thank you for your attention. Thank you, Madam Sheiba. You have given us a clear image about the development and especially in Gharb and the consumption of agricultural lands. In order to conclude, I will give the floor to Dr. Sakarina Nasrawi. I will not give you time limits because no one respected time, and this is not this will not be observed, and you have time, I think.
Et on marche avec ça? It's here. And you can see the screen? Huh? Ah, ça va. Regardez ici. Et top.
Good afternoon, everyone, and allow me to speak in English. First of all, thank you so much for including me in this session. It's such an honor to be among distinguished experts. And I think I have a very hard job because I have 12 minutes, but the session ends in 5 minutes. So let's see what I'm going to be able to do. Today I will be talking about, the presentation is not on, but I will be talking about the, I'll explore an angle of the preservation of agricultural land that is a little bit different from the angles explored by the esteemed experts. And I'll basically link the concept from our regional perspective at UNESCO, like how preserving agricultural land in the Arab region leads to building resilience, enhancing equality, per se, and food security. To start with, I'm here as the lead of the Sustainable Urban Development Portfolio at UNESCO, which is the United Nations Economic and Social Commission for Western Asia. For those amongst you who do not know what UNESCO is, it's basically one of the 5 regional commissions around the world covering the Arab region and focused on advancing socioeconomic development. I'll limit it to here, but of course we can look more into that. What am I going to be talking about very quickly, Lamia, I promise? Like urban growth and sustainability, of course, but what is the scale of agricultural land loss? How does this link to food security, insecurity, I would say, and its link to inequality? And this is a global quest, right? When we link the issue, a development issue, to inequality, it even gets more attention. What are possible policy solutions that we are proposing at the regional level, and how can technologies, new technologies, be used in the transformation towards smart and sustainable city contribute to preserving agricultural land rather than basically eliminating lands? And how can it contribute to enhancing food security and reducing inequality? Very quickly, I think we all know this. We are living in an urbanizing world in the Arab region. It's one of the most urbanized regions in the world, and cities are basically experiencing a series of resilience and sustainability challenges related to many aspects, including growth, competitiveness, performance, and others. Now, why am I starting with this? Because when we talk about urbanization in the Arab region, we're really talking about, we need to mention key facts. And those key facts start with the fact that urban expansion really often encroaches on fertile agricultural lands. And this leads in irreversible loss of arable land. Right? That is not only an Arab a regional issue, it's actually a global issue. And if we look at statistics, globally, more than 24 million hectares, we started talking about the hectares we're losing in Morocco, but like globally, more than 24 million hectares, for example, of cropland were transformed to urban use. And that is by year 2000. So imagine what happened after 25 years of urbanization. In the Arab region, basically, rapid urbanization has been leading to displacement of agricultural communities, of course, threatening food security. And in here, I'd like to put like different lines under food security, because most of what I'm going to be talking about is basically the consequence of not preserving agricultural land and how this impacts food security, therefore impacts inequality in the region. Over 50% of the of food in the region is imported, and this definitely increases vulnerability to global supply chains, right? So preserving agricultural land is really central. It's really important because it supports domestic and food production and reduces dependency on imports. Dependency on imports makes economies more vulnerable to external shocks. So we can see the line we're following, right? Now, when I talk about food security in relation to preserving agricultural land, we're really talking about basically the access of people having physical, social and economic access to sufficient, safe and nutritious food. This is what we are referring to. But at ESQA, what we've done is basically explore this issue of food insecurity from an inequality lens. And this is not like a policy brief we've done or like just a paper we've done. It's a flagship report that we've worked on for 2 years, and that was followed by a forum on, which is the Arab Forum on Equality that was held, that usually is held in June. And that report really focused on food security. The result is that food insecurity fuels inequality. And inequality actually fuels food insecurity. So not preserving agricultural land leads to food insecurity, which fuels inequality. And it's a vicious circle. And that is why we really need to preserve agricultural land. I would say globally, but our focus is the Arab region. Very quickly, key facts, and this is the result of a monitoring framework that we've adopted at the regional level and that we've measured different indicators. Of course, time does not permit, I'm already at 6 minutes, so time does not permit to go through all the details. But like food insecurity really locks inequality into the next generation born. So children that are going to be born in the next generation are going to suffer from food insecurity if we continue following the same pace we are following now. And already the Arab region really suffers from severe inequalities. Now, there is a lot of discussion on the issue of inequality, but the Arab region is really considered as the region that unfortunately has the highest inequality in the world. So now we're adding another level. I'm not going to go into all these, but just to give you an idea, this is the monitoring framework for measuring food insecurity in the region that we've adopted. What I want to shed light on is basically the 4 pillars of food security that we've linked to loss of agricultural land. And these are availability, accessibility, utilization, and stability. So when we talk about food insecurity, we're not just talking about access to food. We're talking about access, we're talking about availability, we're talking about utilization, because in many instances, we're not utilizing food quite well. And we're talking about the stability and how conflict in regions, in different countries affect this quest. Of course, this is done at different levels in certain, and you can see in here the indicators. The level of analysis was at the regional level. Sometimes it's at the household level when we talk about accessibility, because we measure like the capacity to acquire due to economic constraints, and some other times it's due to physical constraints. And there are detailed indicators that you can have a look at, and they're all present in the related study. One thing to mention, in addition to the monitoring framework in the Arab region, food insecurity, though agricultural land is key, preserving them is key, but we have also to keep at mind also the polycrises that the region goes to, and it affects also the agricultural land. So basically we have conflict, we have economic crises, we have environmental crises, and all these are affecting the agricultural land. So it's not only urbanization, there are many factors, and we need basically to kind of have control on those factors as possible. Again, when we talk, what policy solutions do we have? There are different policy solutions, but I'm having a slide particularly to show this, just to highlight that it's not about economic growth. Securing food is not about economic growth. Economic growth alone cannot achieve food security. We need integrated policies. And I think in one of the interventions of the esteemed speakers, there was a call for integrated policies as a recommendation. So this is important. In a nutshell, in terms of policy solutions, we really call for a combination of integrated policies to reduce inequality. Otherwise, we cannot, because we know it's multidimensional. To reduce inequality in food security, a 3-pronged approach is needed, and this is something that we can take hours to discuss. We cannot, unfortunately, we're very short in time, but we need like a 3-dimensions approach where we talk about promoting solidarity for food security, delivering visible impact of food insecurity, and securing credibility and trust in the matter. Otherwise, it's impossible basically to advance this linkage that we're creating between food insecurity fueling inequality. Of course, the policy solutions that we are proposing are based on the monitoring framework that I just explored with you along the different pillars. But as you can see, I've highlighted that agriculture lies at the core. When we talk about food security, this is the policy framework that was recommended and that is adopted, that is followed by countries in the region. In terms of availability, basically, we need to support agriculture in terms of access, of course. In terms of utilization, we need to improve food control systems and others. So throughout these slides, to be very honest, I wanted to highlight a link that we can spend hours discussing, and that is this link between preserving agricultural land leads to enhanced food security, therefore helps in bridging aspects of inequality. Not preserving is the other way around. Now, what about technology? I mean, in this third Arab Land Conference, we've been talking about innovation, we've been talking about the use of technology, the use of new and digital solutions, the transformation of cities, urbanization. Does this affect really agricultural land? Of course it can, but I mean, it shouldn't really be the case. Urbanization does not necessarily have to be at the expense of agricultural land. And in specific, I wanted to bring into perspective the transformation towards smart and sustainable cities. For anyone amongst us who's not comfortable with the concept or is not aware of the concept, it is that city that uses innovative solutions to ensure like the services are available for current and future generations, and it has different dimensions. Here I'm trying just to tell you that in the Arab region, this has become a reality. It's not science fiction anymore. More than half of the Arab countries have initiatives for cities transforming into smart and sustainable city, and really, smart sustainable cities can be used as a solution for preserving and protecting agricultural land, and they can be used through smart land use planning and green infrastructure, and we all know in terms of planning the compact design, zoning regulations, etc., urban agriculture and vertical farming, digital and Internet of Things based smart farming, circular economy and resource efficiency use. I'm already at 12 minutes. I don't want to take more time, but it really matters because using smart solutions properly, adequately, preserves food security, therefore ensures local food production, it reduces environmental degradation, it protects rural livelihoods, and it enhances climate resilience. The proper use of smart solutions contributes to climate change adaptation and basically mitigation. Of course, I talked about policies. We call for integrated policies, and I'm only putting this slide just to tell you that if we are to map the dimensions of a smart, sustainable city and the dimensions of building urban resilience, particularly urban economic resilience, and of course, this mapping is engraved in studies that we've published. The link is very direct, so basically the transformation, if it's correctly done, can lead to building resilience. And of course, throughout the process, we need to preserve the agricultural land. I'll stop here at 13 minutes, Lamia. That's the quickest I was able to do. And let's say that, let's agree that urbanization really does not have to be at the expense of agricultural land, and the future, actually, of cities depend on the land that feeds them. And thank you.
Merci beaucoup, Dr. Nasraoui. Donc, je pense que ce...
So, I thank you so much for your presentation. So, this aspect that you've raised is very important, and we should really highlight in the politics. So, thank you. I want to thank all the panelists for their intervention, for their presentations. And if you have any questions, the floor is yours.
Donc voilà, vous avez le micro, allez-y. Et merci de donner votre nom, votre...
And of course, your name, and then the question.
Assalamu alaikum. عبد الإله مفضلي مهندس مساحة.
عبد الإله مفضلي, an architect and in topography. Two questions I have. First of all is when we talk about urbanization in the expense of agriculture, I think we are self-contradictory in terms that we're talking about improving urbanization, and when we come to what has been established and implemented from the administrative plan, the rate at the best cases doesn't go above 20%. Sometimes it's 15%, because if at the same time we haven't implemented to 100% the urban planning, and at the same time we go so far and think about how to preserve the agricultural farms. I think there are some things we can do, for example, like real estate promoters. They just build in the middle of nowhere and they close their buildings. Or, for example, sometimes there are some houses that are left with their no use. We have many examples in Casablanca. We have big lands that belongs to somebody living abroad and have no inheritance here in Morocco, and it's just left for nobody and unused. Also, just the idea of that we couldn't accomplish 100% the urban plan, I think it's contradictory to our seeking.
Ask you the question. So you said that we cannot rely on external markets. So because whenever there is a financial hit, we are the first one to get on the face. In 2025, we cannot imagine a kind of economy that is independent of external supply chain solutions or external financing or external economic links. So I had the chance to work with the Moroccan agency or the Moroccan office for agriculture advisory, l'Office National du Conseil Agricole, and during some discussion, a director said to me that we go for the type of agriculture that brings us more added value or that has a very interesting return on investment than some classic type of agriculture. And she said, for instance, that in a population used to have to farm a kind of agriculture that bring back 3,000 dirhams a year, which is almost $300 a year. On the other hand,
merci d'écouter avec la question, comme ça on peut écouter l'ensemble avant de devoir quitter la salle, parce qu'on est tenu par un agenda et par un timing.
Please, can you go directly, or can you do the
bring more than 20,000 dirhams a year. So this is not dependent on us, it's dependent on the return on investment we get from the land. The worst case is that even agriculture is not something we can have many return on investment as the housing market. So we go to the housing market, we invest in the housing market. The rock, instead of investing in our agriculture security. Thank you. What do you think? This is the question.
Good afternoon. أنا عندي سؤالين. السؤال الأول.
I have two questions about, first one about the remote sensing. About is it ready to be used in terms of agricultural production, and is it compared to what has been done before? We tried to do that in Egypt to know the rate of productivity and also the productivity behaviors and protect any problems detected in the water or in the soil by remote sensing. My second question is about the first food security. I think that the most of the farmers.
احنا محتاجين نرجع step ورا ونبدأ نحاول نخلي الagriculture sector more attractive for people. And to make it more attractive, we need entrepreneurs. And to get entrepreneurs, we need to actually raise awareness about value addition. And from then مش هنحتاج نتكلم عن food security. إن food security هتبقى حاجة هي economic value. أنا بكسب فلوس أكتر أو بصدر فأبقى بنتج بدل ما أنا باخد من بره. أو أنتوا شايفين دي حاجة ممكن نشتغل عليها كدول عربية إزاي؟ اللي إحنا بنعمله في مصر إن إحنا بدأنا نعمل زي incubation أو acceleration programs ومن acceleration programs.
The speaker is switching between Arabic and English.
طالعين من الأماكن نفسها.
Please, one last question because we're not on time. Thank you.
السلام عليكم. عبد العالي الطوس، مستشار في إدارة الأراضي. السؤال ديالي للسيد عبد الواحد المقدم.
My question is to Mr. Abdelwahid Muqaddam, who detailed in his presentation that there is a large regulation in terms of protecting agricultural lands. Is this regulation is it kind of limited, or it is the problem of implementation on real life? Also, secondly, is it according to the agricultural general map? Can we have an agricultural planification like the urban planification, or multiple agricultural plannings, and that will be regulated as well to be implemented the same way the urban planning is implemented in the cities? Can we reach this level of enabling the agricultural sector and also preserving the agricultural lands from division, from urbanization, and also from segmentation of these agricultural lands?
Je commence. شكرا جزيلا مدام لطيفة النحنحي مديرة إعداد.
Thank you very much, Fatima Nahnahi.
Très pertinent.
Thank you for all the presentations. I've learned a lot. I have two things that I want to share with you all, and a question which is important for the development of agriculture in Morocco. It's a reflection. Nowadays, Morocco has this climate change in the rain levels. So now Morocco is in this ambition perspective of desalination. So for the rational use of resources, do you think about a new agriculture cartography? Because we know that the question of desalination is very costly. So in 2040, for example, or 2050, don't we need another agriculture cartography? Or we will identify agricultural lands near these spaces, those spaces, because it's a risky action.
Zones qui sont éloignées des zones littorales parce que on sait que le stress hydrique.
And we know that the climate change problems are still there because it's a trend, as we can say, this climate change.
Je sais que le Maroc aussi, il est entré.
So Morocco now is in this optic of the use of water. So we had recommendations when we have an observatory of agriculture and urbanizations. So I want to inform you that today the ministry, with its partners, the Ministry of Interior and the regional committees, we have observatory about territory dynamics, and we will implement other observatories in order to measure the impact of urbanization and those dynamics in general. I think it is important to make them efficient in order to identify the indicators, because we have signed 7 conventions nationally and we should generalize these practices. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the question. If I understood correctly, I think I have 3 questions addressed to me. For the first question in relation to investing in food, I think the message was not understood correctly. I was not advocating for definitely investing in agriculture. I said that in the Arab region, 50% of food is being imported. And if this continues, it contributes to lacking resilience in the city, then country, and so on and so forth. So to build resilience, we need to enhance our access to food and not just depend on the externals, okay? That's what I said. But not investing necessarily just in agriculture so that we have food security. The return on investment should be studied. Every country/city should look at the added value of the investment and proceed. Okay, that's to clarify this question. On the very interesting questions coming also from the lady from Egypt, I think, on the use of smart solutions basically to predict, this is exactly what I meant when I talked about the transformation to smart and sustainable cities and the use of smart and sustainable and smart and digital solutions that can lead to preserving agricultural land rather than urbanization taking away agricultural land. So by installing smart smart predictive systems, you can ensure at least you can have your predictions that this land is going to be affected by factor X, Y, and Z, etc. So yes, of course, we advocate for this. And on the value added of investing in agriculture, you're absolutely right that the audience, or at least the youth, because you mentioned the youth, we need to raise awareness of youth on the importance of investing in agriculture or studying agriculture. And I invite you to dig more into the model I talked about, which is the 3-pronged model for reducing inequality and increasing food security. One approach of the 3 branches model is visibility. And when I talked about visibility, it's visibility of the issue, that it's an important issue to address, but also the positives by addressing this issue. And thank you.
Alors, donc, oui, donc plus rapidement, donc pour répondre à ta question, le taux d'urbanisation future.
So to answer your question, we have algorithms that serves for this specific purpose and for the use of detection to estimate the agriculture productivity. So yes, there is algorithms as NDV, and we have other models. So we can discuss this. We can discuss this afterwards for more details. And we can work with rather data which help us to measure some factors. And it's good that we are in the era of AI, so we can develop those algorithms.
D'accord. Ben oui, je pense que j'ai une question, effectivement, de monsieur qui parlait un peu de taux de réalisation.
So I think I had a question to answer, which is regarding this sprawl. So yes, the urbanization, we are talking about infrastructure here. We are not talking about it from that perspective.
C'est-à-dire en équipement touristique, en équipement industriel. Mais tout ce qui est infrastructure, parce que ça relève d'un département qui est la collectivité territoriale. Parfois, ils n'ont pas le financement.
We don't have the financing in order to project this aspects of urbanization. So there is a difference between the zoning and the infrastructure. But the state is conscious about the sprawl. So now we're thinking how we should be in those zones. So it's a new work. And create renovations. And also, in order to have other areas. So the problematic here is in the sprawling. We have a compact cities.
Merci, madame.
Thank you for your response.
شكرا. Thank you, سيدتي. Thank you very much for your interactions, ladies and gentlemen. And I think the questions that were mentioned are very important points, and they require more clarifications in terms of when studying them or searching them. So this rate of the rate of occupation, which is different from one region to region, but we shouldn't be totally pessimistic. And there is no denying that there is the problem of our urbanization on the expense of agricultural lands. Even if the urbanization rates they don't meet what has been planned. Also, when it comes to remote sensing or what has been done on relying on technological resources, well, frankly speaking, on a national level, there is a decent effort to prepare a data bank or database for all the information of agricultural activities, including agricultural lands, and also including collaboration in collaborations that aim to provide these agricultural maps, and which will help increase productivity, it provides more equipment, and also make the lands more productive, because some lands are useless for agriculture. Some lands with low quality that we might study, and also some from the same studies we can see what the lands where we can execute the urbanization and economic development. There was a question, a direct question to me from a brother here. Regarding the regulations or the legal arsenal that we have in the agricultural sector, because frankly speaking, regulations and law are neglecting the agricultural activities, and agriculture by the legislators is not a priority. So the legislations really neglected the agriculture, and that should be overcome by a strong political will, and His Majesty clearly mentioned the necessity to protect and preserve the agricultural activities and preserve agricultural lands, and also responding to the urbanization needs and to the real estate development. And thank you. Thank you for the speakers, and thank you, our dear audience, for your patience and your interaction in the debate and dialogue. So,
de cette rencontre.
So before reading the recommendations, I want to thank UN Habitat and the Ministry. I want also to extend my thanks to all the panelists and experts that have been present with us.
Thank you all for your work, and also the responsible of Ministry of Agriculture. You have done a great work, so this event can be a success. So for the recommendations, it's to reduce inequalities, to protect the rural areas. Those are our first recommendations. For climate change, we should promote the agro-technology and reinforce all the programs and projects in this aspect. And the creation of a national fund for agricultural lands. Also, we should implement a legal framework for the agricultural lands. And implement regulation and policies for the rural areas or for irrigated areas. In terms of urbanization, we should limit the sprawling by creating spaces, and also the management of sprawl, exchange with different actors, and raising awareness, because it's an essential point for this aspect. Implementing an integrated approach for the agriculture to find balanced solutions, encourage investment in sustainable development projects, and to improve the monitoring and consumption of agricultural lands, and the land, try to improve land management through spatial tools, and also to implement a more transparent land management between different actors, and other recommendations, which is dedicated to the consumption and preservation of agricultural lands, and innovation and transfer of technology. So it was all. Thank you for your patience. Thank you.
De quitter, je demande à l'ensemble des panélistes si on peut avoir une photo de famille avant de se quitter, et merci beaucoup.
كل شيء متأسف.
It's your workout. Yeah, exactly, workout. Your sport. غير ديال الفرين. البيسي ما عرفتش واش ديرنا.
Do you have the order of the presentations?
Yeah, so
I'm going to come to
okay. I don't know if you want their names or if you want the name of the presentation. I don't know how you want it.
just the name of the speakers and the order of presentation.
Yeah, okay. Sounds good.
Ah oui, c'est vrai.
Merci beaucoup.
Merci à toi.
J'essaie de... Yeah, I'll write it down for you.
Yeah, I'm not...
Those jeans look so comfortable. Oh my god.
Yes, it's so comfy.
So, Mohammed Isa.
Isa.
Okay, and then
names, don't worry, after I will figure it out. And then we will do... is it Saad or Salah? Saad or Salah that is giving the presentation from KSA?
والله يظن سعد العريزي.
Okay, Saad. Their names are similar to me, so I'm like trying to remember them. Retta, I want you to go last and bring it home.
Oh, I'll do that.
Thank you.
You want it for 5 minutes, 2 minutes, 4 minutes?
7. There we go. Perfect, thank you. What's it for? Okay. Sorry. No, it's good. Welcome, Ahlan. Bienvenue. Welcome. مرحبا. مرحبا.
Finish the sentence.
كيف حالك؟
It doesn't provocate with one.
Where you learned your, where I lived.
Where did you learn it?
In Jordan.
In Jordan? No, the Moroccan one is the best. Just kidding.
لا مغربي.
تدياني واحد.
لا كل شيء واحد.
Where are the other people? All right, well, I'll go. Please come sit, Isa. Isa.
في الاخر وانا second or third or fourth.
You are first.
I'm first. Okay. I'm first here. انا مش عارف التقييم.
Oh no. Yeah, you can sit wherever you want.
هو ليه مش بيعرض دلوقتي؟
Thank you. Thank you. All right, I'll introduce everybody real quick. All right, let's get started. Do I use this or do I use that?
ده وقعه.
Hello. All right. Hello, marhaba, bonjour. I'm Katie Pickett, and I am from Esri in the United States, and it's a pleasure to be here with you all today. Thank you for staying so late as well. We really appreciate it. We hope to have a very interesting conversation tonight about a number of different things. But first, let me introduce everyone to you. So first, you have Mohammed Isa, who is our regional manager from Esri, based in Dubai. And he'll be presenting first. And then we have Tarak Agag from the Egyptian Survey Authority, the chief of mapping. And then we have Saad Al-Anzi from KSA, Saudi Arabia, speaking about GeoAI. And then we have Professor Reda Yagobi from Morocco, from the School of Geomatics and Surveying Engineer in Hassan II Institute of Agronomy and Veterinary Medicine here in Rabat. So with much further ado, I'll let the folks start. Isa?
Thank you. It's very short. السلام عليكم. Do you prefer بالعربي ولا بالانجليزي؟ انا العربي، يلا بينا بالعربي. خلاص تمام احسن. اتشرفت بيكم. انا اسمي محمد عيسى، انا المدير
عيسى, the regional director of Esri. I am honored that today. I'm sorry, he's far from the microphone. Can he? In the cadastral system, and my colleagues will talk about technology and how they will utilize in it. For me, my collaboration with JS as a developer in the cadastral, the certain projects as a developer in Egypt, Namibia, Botswana, Rwanda, in Qatar. Now the cadastral is the first 7 years. I am happy. Probably I will talk about fit for purpose, our perspective. This is important based on what is going in the world. That's where is the slide? أين هي الشفاء؟ I was explaining to you, and the slide is invisible. Land administration as a process. As we can see, the land administration or management, there are many projects in one. There is cadastral, evaluation, taxation, 7 items we will be talking about. In each one, in most of the governments, it is part of a department or a ministry different from another one. When we consider the cadaster or land, for example, in Morocco, what is the definition of Morocco? The land of Morocco and the people who live there. This is the definition of it. It is the same state. The core we manage for the entire world. We manage for our own country. And this is the most thing that is impacting on the work. Even when we work on it, 8 out of 10. So people, they be sure for the economy, what is important, that the real estate of that, this is your own country. This is the situation we try to explain to people. For the Christopher and others, this is known to them. What is the importance of land management and the cost for society, its impact on economy or on the revenue or the different services. All services are related to the land. Why it is not functional or applicable in most countries? So we always have information, ignoring them. But we cannot gather all of them. Maybe Jalal has information, my colleagues have information, and so each one has information. We need to compound all the information. The matter will be different. Certain countries have been very successful. Without details, I may live in a country, the land that I rent, I would see who rented it before me and who is the owner, how much he paid, when was it bought, and the entire history of the house. So the transparency is not easy to reach it, but it is a trip. When we see the fit for purpose, it is similar to any kind of a project. It is the pyramid. I have time, cost, and the quality. I use the 3. If I would like to have a high quality, I can, in short time, I can increase the cost. I try to find what is the purpose. And this is reflecting 3 things that impact our situation. Anything related to geography, the map, there is part of the legal framework. We are lagging behind in certain projects because of the absence of a legal framework. So the regulation or the regulatory of our process, if it is not prompt, fast, things will be late. This also impacts the institutions. There are 8 institutions and they hold information, how they can collaborate with each other. This is one of the problems. We try most of the time to link the 3 of them. If the 3 are there, things will be great. So we talked about the geospatial framework. How are you going to use it? We have many technology that will increase geospatial, GPS. I remember 22 years ago, when we worked on land, we had only digital maps, and then we survey the land. if you have a satellite image, and I believe my colleagues will talk about it. So according to the technology, can work on the geospatial legal framework, where you start and the people. I worked much in Africa. We start with the informal, and we understand the locals, and then things get formalized. We go step by step, especially when you have a large country. Institution-wise, we talked about it much. It depends how you are going to work. You can compare the institutional framework. We try to remove any references within the Middle East because some of the colleagues, they will talk about it. So therefore, I removed our references. This is the alternative way of thinking for the fit for purpose. I think this is clear to all of you. I'm done, I believe. Or I'll be finishing less than this, he said. Our perspective that you have less complex system and a complex one. So you start in where you don't have to go to the most complex system. It is not complex. It is likely, or I need to improve my services. You not to have a complex system to work. There's a simple one. You can work better. You start a small project individually, then we grow. I have a system, multi-system, and the infrastructure for the entire state. And we as a GS company, we are developed in the GS. Our perspective, most people we work with, it is on land. I have a land, I can put the infrastructure. These are some examples. My colleague will talk about that in details, and I believe we have enough examples. I have removed the references for the Middle East. This is in Colombia. They talked about the example of Colombia. They started small devices. ArcGIS, they work very basically, then they work step by step, gradually. Nepal, they use the satellite image for the identification, then they built on this brace. Indonesia, they have another model. The people, they participate. Anybody has information, they share it, and they are given a bonus. Somebody speaking without microphone. They're talking about accuracy. You just need to kick it off to start. Most of the work starts with the beginning, with the commencement. Sometimes what I would like to do, accurate. Before I reach the accuracy, things do develop, technology develops. The challenge, we talked about technology or institution. If you do one of these things, make sure when you take the first initiative or step, the next step, always take the right legal framework. Start with what is convenient to you. You start with something that is very simple, no problem. Whoever starts with that gradually, but surely.
You start where you're at.
أنا الحقيقة كنت يعني كان في couple of slides كده عن إزري بس طبعا.
Couple of slides. We were. That's the example we talked about. The consequence. You can provide good service for the customs. You start to refine modernization, working on data. Then we have an integrated system. It looks like a cycle. Move from level 1, 2, 3. Our perspective, we see our system of records. There's a system of engagement through applications and the maps. Last thing, you need to have a system of insight. What is your report? What are the information I have? This is what I talked about, fit for purpose. I wish I could share with you some videos. How much time left? So I use the video to give you the latest technology. Maybe this is irrelevant to what I've been talking about. Let's talk about this, what cover the building footprint. Exact to all the avenues. We have many examples. Swimming pools, because in America they put taxation. The cracks on the road and the pavement. This is a forest. Many purposes, land use. So the AI with the satellite, you can get as many information as you want. You never start from scratch. The future, this is not, this is an application. So this is used by the customers. One day, you like to cover the entire city, its future, with all its infrastructure, the buildings, their usage, our hope in life. So things are working for many customers. Look into the building, but from a different perspective. You split it, and you talked about the integration. There are many cases that I can analyze my own city. The expansive, the Porsche areas, premises, all this can be conducted. I'm trying to be fast to cover as many information as possible. I can see this building and this part of it, how much will be rent. This is all built. You have a land system. This is, I have a future planning for my city, and I can see how people will live their lives. Now, a perspective to the future. And we started بدأنا بدrone drone delivery, the future that use the drones to see the city, its roads, plans. We're seeing how life will go. These are things we'd like to see in the future. So science never stops. Amazing stuff. I'm sorry I've been long. Thank you. May God protect you, said the speaker.
This was. Okay. 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 بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم.
In the name of Allah, the last presentation, the last session, it's about the journey of developing the cadaster by the Egyptian Committee of Administrative Planning. I am Gouda, and I have been working on this for 36 years, and I started in the Cadastral. And among the good thing that Mohammed also worked with me for many years. After that, and I haven't seen him for 20 years until I met him here, especially when it comes to the cadastral. It's a really small world. Whenever in the world you go, you will meet someone and this is from experience. I traveled a lot, and whenever I travel, I meet someone I know. And I took today the topic of the journey of cadastral development and land survey. And what level will AI reach with the cadastral? So, the journey of cadastral development with the committee. The committee was established in 1898, and that in the first registered of cadastral in Egypt was in 1904 for taxation mainly, and then the new land survey registers that were modern was made in 1930. Then the personal registration to a certain level until the 1940s. Then the registration was done by the land survey. And then the project of the cadastral started in the 70s. A lot of projects to develop the cadastral in Egypt were made, and thanks to God, I participated in this project to develop the cadastral in Egypt in order to reform the lands. And because it will take some time from me, and I had to start from the scratch and to do the basic work. And each project was done in Egypt. I had independent maps and registers and graphics, but I tried to link all that. And we worked in groups between the land registry, the cadaster, land register, and also land survey, and also link it to the legal situation, so I can link the graphics that were uploaded with the suitable regulations. Then the committee started a project digitalization, and it was very important in the SDI in Egypt. We had so many maps since the French campaign. There were some topographic maps and some maps, and we collected all this data, and the main objective is to gather all and to collect all this data. Also, and there was also a cooperation between and the coordination between land survey and land registry. Also, in terms of the municipality is linked to the others, and they are all in the end connected to the cloud that gather the land survey and the land registry. Among the expertise that were done, the registry of the built land, the project of the river lands, and also the project of limitation of agricultural lands. And some regulations and legislations were made to facilitate our cadastral work in Egypt. The strategic objectives of digitalization in the Commission was to organize the geospatial data and also provide the training, capacity building trainings, partnerships with the private sector, and also help digitalizations and linking data in one reference. In 2022, we had the document or the decree of the state ownership policy document. So this documentation was a reference for us and a roadmap of cooperation with the private sector. So if I talk about the history of using programs in the geographical programs in Egypt, back to the 80s. In the end of the 80s, we started using ArcInfo for topographic maps. In the end of 90s, I was one of the graduate of ArcView, and it was linked with descriptive database, and we did an integration between the data in the ArcInfo with ArcView. Also, in the beginning of the 20th century, we started the GIS, and then 5 years after that, we moved to GIS Pro. Also, among the good things, there were modules that were providing a lot of works. For example, road and building modules and packages that were ready and that I only have to study and integrate. Sometimes some geospatial images were made available to follow the land properties and also to satisfy the needs of users. Then the last element is the use of AI and the challenges. Sometimes they find a resistance because if we if we refuse to use the AI, it will be imposed on us. But better to do incentives for people to use the AI. We should comfort people, and the AI will accelerate work and save time, but it can also optimize the human resources. The committee's vision in terms of complete digitalization is that it wanted to accomplish a sustainable social and environmental development. Decision makers with national policies started to do that based on geospatial data and also based on the integrity of the available information like the maps and geospatial maps. Also among the things that we established is to contribute also in the technological development and the strategic aims that are set by the UN. How can I implement, not only implement, but also enhance them? So, the cooperation that was made regarding the private sector by providing a data center and the software, and also to bring new equipment to the branches, and also to do the update of a workflow that will fulfill my needs in terms of technological transition. Thank you.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
Peace be upon you all. Your brother Saad Al-Anizi, KSA, we welcome you. We present to you a presentation today in this special extension of land. The presentation presents a part. Before we start, I'm 30 years of geospatial and sourcing the land. It's a hydrological analysis on the spatial extension of land and analysis. It's also it tackles governments that we depend upon a lot, especially lands that are extant and lands and reviving land. Many things that we see in the conference. Let's start together. Okay. The team is deciding the zones, the suitable zones of extension on the Riyadh region, but utilizing sensoring online sensoring and the systems, geographical systems. And we can add any standards, other standards that need any expert needs in any study and this make the study and precising the right places. And as an example, the east of the city of Riyadh, as an example. The introduction is the agenda. This is the best microphone. Witnessed many cities in the world, in the world, and we have the risks of flows and low places. It's one of the problems, natural problems, that makes experts tired, and we will give examples in our. There are some pictures, as you can see. That takes lives. The importance of the topic is the study is the focus on the risks of flows and low places, and this is it is important in the study, and inshallah we will solve this problem. The main problems. Many cities of the world suffers from the millionary in expansions, in problems of civilization, and increasing in the human geographical human capacity and the expansion of this city urbanity. Goes knowing the flows of the waters, and there is a hydrological study that include waters and low places, and categorizing places that are capable of expansion. Questions. There is a scientific study that reflects the goals, the study of zone, methodology of the study. We tackled on the methodology on analytical quantitative methodology. We analyzed the model of the high the increasing the high digitalization, and the methodology is clear. The data, we'll talk about the data in the last previous presentations. We talked about it. There is a platform. We should create a platform of data, and national platform for data and governments for the field. This platform serves this model. It serves the role and its importance in decision making, and we have the service modifications or satellite image and analysis. There is hydrological analysis, and there is low and high analysis, and results. We have the map of they have two maps. The sources of data. One of the important points that the expert based upon is extracting solutions. He has ideas, but he cannot extract solutions and build any solutions without data. Data is costly, and we have satellite images, and we have on the city of Riyadh. Let's analyze data. We have highs of the zone of the study, and results. The results of the high of high 573, and the lowest place is and two highs and lows. Two highs and lows, we categorize it to 7 layers. The first layer is a low, almost to light low. The analyzing the data. With this map, we have this map that explain. We have 18% of the study, which is a very, very low, and the flows of the waters, and for the pools of the waters that finally, last but not least, the map of the distance of flows, main flows of the study, and this is what we talk about, the rivers. This is the rivers. You can choose 1 kilo, 2 kilometers according to the geographical position. 6 is the steps of analyzing the weighted sum. One it means it's 4, and 4 it means close. Weighting sum, and this is, and also neutralizing the area. Results. The final map of the lands of the study. We can show it. We can show it on this table. This table shows zones that are okay, and they are doable, and the zones that are medium, and the red ones that are not they're not usable. And in the case of rain, and we have an extension in land accordingly. This is the new study. Please, the speaker, use the mic. I will give you the recommendations. Of course, we will go to the recommendation. Put standards, hydrological standard and geographical ones from governmentals, without putting any plan. Generalizing this study in all places in KSA before initiating any future plan. Putting channels and staying away from flows and the gatherings of waters and low places after the result of this study. Implementing these studies in places that its growth, and put solutions to the places that are not suitable for urbanization, and putting channels and making channeling the flow of waters. Of course, this is the sources, and thank you. I thank you.
If there are any questions, any of the three presenters? Okay.
Assalamu alaikum.
Peace be upon you. It's true that I have many questions. I will start it with Dr. from the Egyptian division, and I'd say the historical. My question is from 1998. What are the problems that prevented Egypt that will become on its best state? From 1998, they are older than the European countries, but what prevented it from progressing? The second point is the cadastral register. They put together the two divisions, or no, or they separate the two. My question is to Esri, the topic of AI and mobile 3D maps and air photographing, and how we can reach that, how we can, this video, the video that you presented, and the air photoing, droning through drones, it is accurate, or we need another technique, or do we have to present these solutions or not? Thank you. Peace be upon you. The division it's an old division, it's an old council, and they are, I say, the first problem is financing. Finance is a problem. The council, it was a service, it is a governmental one until 2002. In this period, there are a lot of projects that been done, and scholarship from Gulf countries in 80s, and these scholarships helped a little bit in improving the council, and one of the sources, the main sources, is a huge chunk of groups of the division. They went abroad, Europe, USA, France, Germany, Netherlands, and other places. It is an explosion in the council. The council has become an economical one, and all its spending is from its resources. This is a problem. This is a setback. Building in the infrastructure in the land. I see that the two should unite together, unify. I see there is problem who to send who. We should. The council has been working for a long time. The part of Muhammad, the accuracy of pictures. This is a question. I want to see the presentation. Let me see the presentation. This is true. This is true. The idea of AI, it's good. It's good and helpful. There's something that depends on it. The one thing, where did you get the pictures and how do you put them on the, as it is one picture. This is a technology. We have already an application with the quality, and the last thing that I saw, more than 80% on you can get the footprints from the satellites. Also, it depends on the quality of the satellite image and also on other it's all clouds and other. But again, it depends on the cleanness of the image, the quality of it. But if these topics are available, then we have an option, additional option, an algorithm. Our sources are open, but anything anyone can put, a lot of people can put their data, and you can change it, you can edit it with AI, you can change it accordingly. And whether it's the type of the region, there is a random places, they're hard. But I see with the AI, there is an exam. There, if you can see with your eye, you can precise it or not. With your eye, you see the picture. You cannot select one or the other, or you cannot select it. But it exists. It exists by one click, and. The air photographing, it's the accuracy. We talk about its accuracy, and as we can see before, for a long time, there is the satellite. It's accurate, and it's the quality is accurate, and the space is scary. It's scary. The question is panoramical picturing, imaging. We have in the selective saving 7 centimeter. They create from it. When I say the photographing, it's the panoramic photographing and between under drone. And it's accuracy by centimeter. You can move the picture, you can extract from it, scheme it, whatever you want, and what exists as satellite images, technological tools that we have is available, drones, panoramic photography. All the KSA have that. New technologies utilized in many purposes. Thank you. I want to add, most Arab countries, they do air photographing. It's utilized by the army. It's old, of course, it's old. The air photographing, not a drone. It's the air photographing. Oh yeah, it's old. He was used for security purposes, and the matter changed, and people in security, it's changed by the existence of satellites, but the picture, it's slower than the satellite.
Okay, no problem.
Yes, ma'am.
No problem. Yeah, okay. So I will start and I will end by 2 minutes. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله والصلاة والسلام على رسول الله بسم الله والحمد لله والصلاة والسلام على رسول الله وعلى آله وصحبه. So first of all, I would like to really ask for excuse because there is a problem in the download. The laptop just updated some drivers. This is why I had this problem. So inshallah ta'ala, in this session, we'll talk about geospatial artificial intelligence for MPC-driven NSDI. I hope that we will have a question and answer session after the presentation. So I'll do my best to finish it within 10 minutes. Okay. So inshallah ta'ala. Okay. So in this presentation, I will talk about the use of GeoAI for the sake of multi-purpose cadaster and how it will help us to update our NSDI. So as you know, all of you, the definition of multi-purpose cadaster is an integrated information system. In addition to the information related to the land, we can add other land-related data, such as, for example, topography, man-made features, cultural features, etc. And the MPC is considered as the foundation of, it provides us the foundation data sets for NSDI. And as you know, all of you, the 5 pillars of NSDI that are people, technologies, policies, standards, and data. I will not discuss those aspects because I think those elements are very known for all of you. But I will jump directly to the geospatial artificial intelligence, which is the purpose of our presentation. And I will discuss 3 use cases. The first one, which is related to parcel delineation. So it is an ongoing research project. I have some preliminary results. I want to share them with you and to have discussion about the results. The second one is an already published paper in land urban policy. So it is for forecasting the urban growth, and the use case was for Casablanca city. And the third one, it is a SaaS solution, software as a service solution called Comparative, that is used for doing data extraction from immersive 360 images. So all of those are related are based on geo-artificial intelligence principles. Just quick introduction to what is Geo-AI. So Geo-AI can be defined as an imaging field where we try to combine between artificial intelligence, particularly machine learning and deep learning, and the seek is to carry out advanced spatial analysis to interpret and to analyze the data. So it could be applied to various types of data. It could be applied to vector data, to raster data, to point cloud, 360 images, whatever you want. And this is why it is very important, because it comes at the intersection between the data, the spatial data, the artificial intelligence, and the use of GIS. 20? Oh, thank you very much. So I think all of you know this picture, which try to draw the relation between artificial intelligence, machine learning, and deep learning. I will go quickly on it. So just to understand that the purpose of artificial intelligence is try to imitate the human way of thinking in order to solve some specific problems. But when we talk about machine learning algorithms, so they have the same objective, which is trying to solve problem as human, but based on data. So we try to learn from data. And here we know, like I mentioned, that without being explicitly programmed. It means what? We use some pre-existing algorithms, we train them, and then we'll get some model, and then we'll apply it to a specific solution. So the model, the algorithms is there. And just to know that the fact of doing programming with ML and DL is it's not complex at all, because the structure, the architecture is there. There are researchers who provided us with those architecture. And we need to know how to train them in order to get a model for a specific example. And in our case, we will talk about 3 examples that we've used that I will present to you in this presentation. The difference between machine learning and deep learning models, that deep learning models are mainly based on artificial intelligence with a deep number of layers. So we have based on ENN, artificial network, but with a certain number of hidden layers. We need to have a depth on our model to consider it as a deep learning model. Otherwise, it will be considered simply as a multi-layer perceptron. So the workflow, before digging into the examples, so the workflow is always like this. We need to prepare the data, collect the data, and we need to do what we call phase of data labeling. I will use this one especially. Data labeling, it means preparing the data for the training process. Then we train our model, which we need to choose a specific algorithm, a specific architecture to train it in order to do the inference. And in this process, there's iterations, because it's not always as the first time that we will get the good results. We need to do like iterations, 1, 2, 3, 4, and also some like trial in terms of parameters in order to get a good model for our specific analysis. The good news, well, let's start with the bad one. This process is very, very like, it takes a lot of time, and it requires also data, a lot of data. If we want to have a good model to do, like, for example, detecting building footprint, or for example, the examples that I will show you, parcel delineation. So we need a lot of data, and also we need time to train the model. The good news, 10? Okay. So the good news is that, the good news is that we can have what we call pre-trained models. Pre-trained models. So pre-trained models, that some models have been already trained, some researchers, some companies, and then either we can use them directly without any training process, or we can do what we call fine-tuning using transfer learning. It means a way to train it, but just with a few samples of data instead of having like a big number, a big volume of data. And it's very like powerful method to try to like overcome the problem of having a big volume of data in order to train the model. So let's start with the first example, which is parcel delineation. I think all of you know the importance of parcel delineation because parcel delineation is crucial for MPC. It provides us the base layer, which is the parcels. And based on the parcels, we can add all other related information about the land. So the problem is that the manual parcel delineation offers precision. We know that. We know that the precision provided by manual delineation is very high. Well, again, it is a slow process. So it is important to like find like a balance between the accuracy, which is related to the time, and the affordability. And more particularly, I want to stress the fact of having a scalable solution. So in order to choose a cost-effective method for parcel delineation, particularly if the problem of accuracy is not important at certain like time or at certain like for some specific purposes, we can, for example, accept that we have a delineation with 1 meter of error or 1.5 or 2 meters. So perhaps this method will be very effective in terms of providing parcels like just by applying the algorithms that I will show you in like a large area. But if we want to have like precise delineation, then perhaps we need to go to the classical methods, which is mainly digitizing. Okay, so I will show you the results that come from 3 models that we've tested. So this is a work that I've supervised with some of my undergrad students. And we tried to test 3 algorithms. So the first one is UNIT. The one of you who work with AI and DL, they will know that this is a convolutional network with an architecture of encoder-decoder for doing what we call semantic segmentation. The second one is TransUnit. So just to tell you that it is based on the famous logic of GPT, which is transformers. So it is, we have a visual transformer encoder, and we have a decoder. So it is similarly to the logic of encoder-decoder, but we've added, not me, but the researchers who provide this model, they've adopted the same logic of encoder-decoder, but with introducing the visual transformers. And the third one, which is DeepLab v3 with DenseNet as a backbone. This one, it is a backbone. When we talk about backbone, it means it's an already pre-trained model that we can use in our architecture, which is a good thing because it has been already trained on like open, a huge data set of images. Okay, so these are the 3 models, and we've applied them into two areas. So the first one is an urban area, and the second one is rural area, and we want to check that it's like accuracy in both environments, in the rural and the urban. And you will ask me why you've choose a location which is called Goose Creek Village in the United States, simply for the data, because we don't have data to apply it in Morocco. We hope that, but we found open data for a specific region in the US, and we've tried our model. If we have the data in Morocco, it will be the same logic or another Arab country. So this is the area, 5, okay. So we have the data to be where we will do our test. So it is an ortho image data with 1 meter RGB within infrared, so 4 bands. The people who are working on remote sensing, they know that the fact of using near infrared, it means that we can split between, we detect the vegetation. So because here we want the parcel delineation, and we know that the vegetation has an impact on parcel delineation, so we introduced the near infrared also. And this is the data that we've used to the training process for the urban area. For the rural area, so it is it is an region in Middelkoop in Netherlands for the same reason, data. And we found an open source data to train the model. It's an AI for boundaries, a data that has been prepared for the sake of training those kind of models. We've applied them on the same type of images, and we have the results. So here we have the results. This is the results of our model after the training. Here we have the validation and training process. Quickly, just to understand that our model works perfectly without any overfitting problem or without any underfitting problem. I will not go into the details about this fact, but I want to mention here the very high result that we've obtained. But just to be frank with you, those results, 99%, 98%, it is based on the number of instances. So the numbers of pixels that we've detected are exactly the number of parcels that exist. So we will work, because it's an ongoing project, so now we will try to add other metrics related to the area and to the perimeter of the parcels. So to be sure that our model, we know that our model can extract data in terms of the number of parcels in a very excellent way, but the question is, what about the perimeters, area? What about also the length of the parcels? So this is the question that must be investigated. And here it is just like examples of results. So we have here, for example, images from rural area. We have the ground truth, and we have the prediction, and we have the parcels, the number of parcels. So, and we've applied the same logic now for the urban areas. So the results in the urban area are less than rural area, and you know why? Because in the urban area we have buildings, and it will be much more difficult compared to the rural areas, but the results are also very interesting. And here you have some examples on the results. Okay. The second, how much you have? How much time? Two. Okay. So this one is a forecasting, urban growth forecasting project. It has been published on a paper, I think, in 2024. I think land urban policy, if I'm not wrong. So we've applied our algorithm on the region of Casablanca, and the purpose of this algorithm is what we call forecasting. So urban growth forecasting based on AI. This is the logic. I will just focus on this part, which is the convolution LSTM, convolution long short-term memory. It's a very known algorithm for the wind forecasting based on images. So we've prepared a set of land use land cover maps based on Sentinel images. And here we have the Sentinel images that we've used. I think we have around 13 or 14, if I'm not wrong. And we've applied this. And then we've done a prediction. We've done a prediction on 2021. Why we've done this prediction on 2021? Because we know already what is the urban land use land cover in 2021, so we can compare between the predicted result, the predicted land use land cover and the real land use land cover. And I will jump this part. I will jump the algorithm, and we have the results here. So here we have like the true positive, true negative, false positive, false negative. I will go directly to the kappa, which is 95%. And just to also mention that this is a binary classification, because here we have two classes, building or not building. So we want to improve the algorithm in order to have multi-class like urban growth instead of having only one. So in 1 minute, another solution. This one is the SaaS, the software as a service. So it's called Mapersive. And we can do extraction for street furniture, for example, information about the buildings, about the streets. Just we have 360 images. We can upload them in a fully like cloud solution, starting from doing anonymizing algorithm by AI, segmentation algorithm by AI, doing some kind of computer visions, and then creating tools, doing like tour navigation in an immersive way and doing the extraction. So here I have a video I think, just to show you how we can do the process. So here we have some already extracted data, and here I will show you how to do the extraction. So we can click on the objects from 2 images, and then we can add the information that we want. And after that, we'll populate a database that can be used directly in a GIS environment. So here we have, for example, the location of like a electric pole. And here we have semantic segmentation. It's in fact, it's panoptic segmentation. Panoptic segmentation, it means we know the number of instances in addition to the classification. So we can, for example, count here that we have, for example, 10 people, 8 cars, etc. And we have also here, yeah, I will conclude. This is the last one. So here we have point cloud generation based on the solution and also the semantic segmentation of the point cloud, where we can, for example, count the number of our palm trees here. Thank you very much.
Thank you all so much. Everybody's presentations were great, and you can have further discussions on the bus tonight. And also we have tomorrow, go and find these folks, talk more about it, connect, exchange business cards, and thank you so much for joining tonight. Thank you so much. It was great.